All right, everyone, if we can ask everyone to take their seats, we're going to get started. And Melissa said that she wanted you all outside to process in.
Yeah.
What's that?
We're just here for quorum.
Okay.
Given those
Oh,
instructions.
Just stay right here. You stay right here.
taller or shorter?
It went down.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Good evening, everyone. We are so excited you are all here for a very special meeting of the Wake County Board of Public Education. We have our swearing-in ceremony, which requires that we have a quorum of members. So some of these wonderful people up here will be disappearing in just a minute. But right now, we do have 8 of our 9 board members present. I do note that we have established a quorum. And so if you're able, I'd like you to stand as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. We will take a minute to make sure everyone has their seats. All right, welcome everybody. I'm so pleased that you could all join us. Tonight is a very special night for the Wake County Board of Education. We are swearing in 5 of our members, and they are 5 returning members, so they should be no strangers to any of you. I'm Chris Haggerty. I'm chair of the board. This will be my last official action of this year as the chair. And what I'd like to do before we get started, I'm aware of several old friends and several elected officials, and in most cases, I think both, that are here in the audience today. We have some people who will be administering our oath of office, and so I'll introduce them at the appropriate time. But we have 2 of our former colleagues that are always special and always welcome back, former board members Christine Kushner and Roxy Cash. And then we have our double threat, who is both a former member and a current Wake County Commissioner, Miss Tara Waters. Now, not everybody could be a school board member. We're working on that. But we do have some other honorables here tonight. We have the Honorable Senator Lisa Grafstein, North Carolina Senate. We have, again, one of our representatives will be introducing people. We'll get back to her with a longer introduction in a second. And then from the Apex Town Council, Councilman Terry Mahaffey. Now, I have to use these cheap readers, and so from time to time, someone can slip past me. Did I miss anybody, any current elected officials or office holders or former board members? Oh, and another former county commissioner, Miss Yvonne Brannon. Like I said, sometimes I have to peek around to see everybody. All right. So tonight we'll begin with our swearing-in ceremony. We will have the board members who will be coming in based on the district order. So we would start, the first district is District 3, then District 4, etc. And so that means that our first board member will be Dr. Wing Ng, who will be introduced and sworn in by Associate Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court, the Honorable Trey Allen. So as Dr. Ng and his family are coming forward, some brief remarks for those of you who do not know our Associate Justice, Trey Allen. Justice Allen grew up in Robeson County. He'd served as an officer in the U.S. Marine Corps as a judge advocate overseas. When he came back, He clerked for Justice Paul Newby, now the Chief Justice of our Supreme Court, and then practiced education law became partner with a law firm many of you are familiar with, Tharrington Smith. In addition, Justice Allen served as faculty on the UNC School of Government and left the UNC School of Government on leave to become general counsel for the North Carolina Administrative Office of the Court. And so he was installed as one of our associate justices in 2023, I believe, and is here today to swear in Dr. Ing. So welcome, Justice Allen. We are pleased to have you here with us today.
Thank you. It's my privilege to be here. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you, Wing Ing, solemnly swear that you will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the State of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that you will faithfully discharge your duties as a member of the Wake County Board of Education? So help you God?
Yes.
Congratulations.
And Dr. Ing, if you have any comments you'd like to share with the audience.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, to all my friends and family who supported me these last 2 years, and your prayers and your words of encouragement have really helped sustain me. And I want to especially thank those who have helped me in the big ways and small ways in my re-election this time, this fall. And also want to thank my family for being there for me, my wife for putting up with me and with the long hours, and for helping me during the early voting when I couldn't be there, and for my children who are my inspiration. It's because of them that I do all this, because I want our children to live in a world where they are judged based on the content of their character and where the merit is valued. But that one's disabilities do not define him or her. So thank you to Honorable Trey Allen for helping me with my oath. And my oath is not just to the people of Wake County, but to God. Because, at the end of the day, I want to say that I have been a good and faithful servant. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next board member to be sworn in will be Ms. Toshiba Rice. And Ms. Rice will be sworn in by the Honorable Ashley Parker. So, I always love introducing my friend Judge Parker. For those of you who don't know, I'll try to give you something a little bit different this time. Okay. Judge Parker is actually from a trailblazing legal family back in Hickory and Catawba. And if you don't know her story and the story of her father, they really are inspirational. So, Judge, don't want to promote you too soon. Judge Parker. I teased Judge Parker. She was a classmate of mine in law school. Post-law school, she served as an assistant attorney general and then went on to be appointed by Governor Cooper to the district court judge in Wake County. And at age 30, Judge Parker was, I think, the youngest African-American judge that we've had in Wake County, and I think only the third African-American female district judge. Is that correct? That's right. So continuing that family tradition. And then the other thing, and this actually coincides with a lot of Ms. Rice's work, I won't tell you too much about it because we're on a tight schedule, but you owe it to yourself to learn about the work Judge Parker has done creating the Wake County Legal Support Center. Yes. It's fantastic work. It does important work in this community, and that was a labor of hard work and love. So, Judge Parker, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Superintendent, members, previous members, members of the audience. I'm going to make my remark. I'm swearing in 2 more people, so I'm going to make my remarks now. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for asking me to swear all of y'all in, but also thank you for the work that you do for our children. I bring my children in here so they can see this, not to see me, but to see the work that is being done, because you do this for them. We do this for them, the work we do every single day. And as one of the 2 judges that handles our foster care system and understanding how education is so impactful, I am so proud and blessed to live in Wake County and have the best school board in the nation. So thank you for what you do. It is an honor to be here every 2 years. And I look forward to swearing in my dear friend, Toshiba, who I swore in. When was that?
Yes, February.
February. Time flies.
Yes.
Congratulations. All right, so if you could please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. I state your name.
Toshiba Rice.
Do solemnly affirm that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties as a member of the Wake County Board of Education, so help me God. If this is your affirmation, please state so with so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations and welcome back.
And Ms. Rice, you have the microphone to address the audience.
Well, we're going to make this quick. All right, listen, I just first of all want to say thank you all so very much. I love each and every one of you that continue to support me. I think I almost know everybody in this room, again, outside of the February 20th swearing in. And so I just want to let you know, I just have one thing and one word that I want to say to Wake County students, staff, and community. I am committed. My word moving forward for you in the next 4 years is committed. I am committed to the new 160,282 students that we now have. I am committed to the 14,119 students in District 4. I am committed to make sure that you are heard, that you are seen, and to trailblaze through our county, giving you what you deserve, and that is a proud Wake County Board of Education for District 4. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. The next board member to be sworn in will be from District 5, Ms. Lynn Edmonds. And Ms. Edmonds will be sworn in by State Representative Julie Von Hafen. So many of you in this room might also know Representative Von Hafen, if not from her service in the North Carolina General Assembly, then also her longstanding work with your local school PTA, Wake County PTA, North Carolina PTA, and lots of education advocacy in addition to your volunteer work with Meals on Wheels. Representative Van Hafen, we're so proud to have you here today.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to say a quick word of thanks to Lynn for asking me to swear her in. Full circle moment for Lynn and I is that we've known each other since before we were both in elected office. We both served as PTA presidents at Washington Elementary School, which is what led us on our path. We have a long history of amazing PTA presidents at Washington, and that led us on the path to serving in elected office for Lynn on the school board and for me in the General Assembly. And I know she's just has such a deep heart for our students, and I can't think of a better person to serve on the board, so congratulations. And I do my swearing-ins a little differently. Okay. I'm going to have you repeat the oath. I, Lynn Edmonds,
I, Lynn Edmonds,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and maintain
that I will support and maintain
the Constitution and laws of the United
the
States
Constitution and laws of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the State of North Carolina,
and the Constitution and laws of the State of North Carolina,
not inconsistent therewith,
not inconsistent therewith,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and I will faithfully discharge
my duties as a member
my duties as a member
of the Wake County Board of
of
Education.
the Wake County Board of Education.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Edmonds, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to the voters of District 5 for trusting me. to continue serving on the Wake County Board of Education and serving Wake County Public Schools. And thank you, Julie, for your friendship and for this kind gesture of swearing me in tonight. And thank you for your unwavering support, no matter what comes at you, for your commitment to public schools. Thank you. I am grateful for this moment, and I am excited to serve another term, but I also have to be honest with you that my heart is heavy and my mind is filled with what could be in store for public education over the months and years ahead. It weighs very heavy on my heart. Two things can be true at the same time. I can be excited and honored to be fulfilling this role, and I can also be deeply, deeply concerned. So while the voters of Wake County and North Carolina chose public education by electing many champions of public schools, including our new state superintendent, the anti-public education forces prevailed at the federal level, and that worries me. It worries me a great deal. It keeps me up at night. But I also know that those who seek to destroy public education, those who seek to tear down teachers, and who promote a false narrative about public schools, those who want parents to leave our public schools for voucher schools, they want advocates like me to feel the way that I feel. They want us to feel fear, dread, and exhaustion. Because if we feel those things, we're more inclined to give up. And I believe that they want nothing more for us to give up on public schools. So I felt like it was very important for me to tell you tonight, as I begin this next term, that despite my concerns and despite my worry for what lies ahead, I am not giving up. I believe in the promise of public education for all children. I truly do. The answer to the things we need to fix, and there's plenty of things that need to be fixed, but the answer to solving those problems is not to turn our backs on public schools, and it is most certainly not to privatize K-12 public education. So my commitment to this work is steadfast. I am committed to advocating for every child, for every educator, and for this school district. I need your support. I'm asking for it. I'm asking you, whether you have kids in school or not, to stand arm in arm with me and others at this table to protect public education, to protect this public good that is open to all children, this common good that does not discriminate on how children show up to us. Let's stand together and face together whatever is to come these next 4 years. I refuse to give up on public education, and I need you with me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. Our next board member to be sworn in is Mr. Sam Hershey from District 6. And Mr. Hershey will also be sworn in by Judge Parker.
So I'll keep this really quick, but Sam does not know this, and it was such an honor for him to ask me to swear him in again. It's always an honor. But he is the board member from my son's school, and we are going to get PTA compliant. We're working on it, but yes, it is such an honor, Sam. So, all right, if you will please state your name. With I, state your name.
I, Samuel Brett Hershey,
Do solemnly affirm that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of North Carolina not inconsistent therewith, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties as a member of the Wake County Board of Education. This is my solemn affirmation. If this is, please state so with my solemn affirmation.
my solemn affirmation.
Congratulations and welcome back to the Wake County School Board.
Mr. Hershey, the floor is yours.
So, is the Associate Justice still here? That was going to be part of my speech, but instead what I'm, I was listening. First, let me thank my family before I forget to do that. And then I'm going to talk about Lynn's speech for 1 second, which was wonderful. I couldn't do this without Anna, who is in Baltimore, may be watching. She's works for the state government, and, that takes her out of town from time to time, but her parents are here, and I really appreciate them. I couldn't do it without them. My son, of course, who always steals the show. My parents back home who aren't able to travel at this moment, but you can't do this without family and support and friends, and my all the people I invite. I don't know where they're even sitting. Some are over here, some are over there. I'm grateful for your support. Thank you for asking me to, run a couple years ago, and thank you for all the people who said no, who you asked before me. Yeah, sorry. We got to have a little bit of fun. I don't mean to, be rude or anything like that, but I have been, like Ms. Edmonds, thinking a lot about the election, but not just this election and previous elections, but see, I'm somebody who really values our constitutions, the U.S. Constitution, our North Carolina State Constitution. And to me, and let me acknowledge first that our U.S. Constitution has come a long way because it was not initially written for many people in this room. Excuse me. And it's come a long way, and I view them as documents that are supposed to protect the people and serve the people. And I think we've gotten to a place where in this country and in this state that, is that really what these are doing still? And I look at, you look no further than the federal government, and you have nomination or you have confirmation hearings where people can be less than truthful and have no consequences, or they can strip rights away from people, or you can invent presidential immunity. And you look at, the state constitution where we see power grabs, and they come before our state Supreme Court, and an election can overturn court cases. And a court case that really impacts us, and two that come to mind very recently are gerrymandered districts. To me, those are we shouldn't have them, because if we didn't have gerrymandered districts, we'd have good government working for us, and that takes away from good government. And then you have the Leandro case, which was decided, which really impacts us here significantly, and it feels that the court cases are political and that they're not about this, because they change on an election. And it really impacts, those two cases in particular, because they're recent, really impact people. They're not hurting us as a school system, they're hurting our kids. They're hurting our educators. They're hurting our kids across the state because we've lost out on that money, or because, districts are so gerrymandered that you can have a super majority even if it's a 50-50 state, and that makes for a worse government. It hurts who? Public education. It hurts our kids. And so I've been, as Lynn was talking about what's been weighing on her, this has been weighing on me, being affirmed on this document and thinking about our constitutions and what do they really mean. And it's going to be another test as, the power grab happened, and if the veto is overturned, I'm sure there will be lawsuits, and they will end up at a certain court. And, so what does this mean? And that's kind of what's been weighing on me a lot. And I wasn't going to miss the opportunity. I didn't want to be rude to the justice, but, I have this opportunity. And I was elected for 3 reasons. One, I was in a really blue district, which really helps. But I overperformed even what people thought I would do, because the people in my district know that if they reach out to me, I'm going to get back to them. And I'm going to get back to them quickly, and they can have my phone number and give me a call, because I believe in public service. And then the third reason is because I don't hesitate to use my voice. So if I didn't stand up here and talk about some of this with the justice here, then I would have regretted it probably for the rest of my life, because that's what I was elected to do, and I'm elected to advocate always for public education. And my voters and my supporters and my fans out there know that I will always do that. And, that I can put my hand on this document and say that I will do that over and over again, and I will. And I want to thank Judge Parker, tradition, and maybe we'll do it again. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you all very much.
And our next board member to be sworn in from District 8 is Lindsay Mahaffey, also sworn in by the Honorable Ashley Parker.
She's back. So, once again, brief remarks. So, Lindsay, I've sworn her in probably 3 or 4 times at this point. We're pros at this. But the best part about this is seeing her husband, who looks the same. You don't age. Okay. Lindsay definitely doesn't age. She's fabulous. But seeing our babies grow up, to be so little and to be down here in pretty little dresses. Your mom had to show you that picture. It's so cute. Y'all had matching dresses. It was precious. Yeah, she's like, oh, mortified. Oh, I know it's too much, girl. And just to see our babies grow up has just been such an honor. And Lindsay, the dedication that you have continued to have time and time again, it is always my pleasure. And this time to swear you in for a 4-year term, because you have definitely stuck with it for those 2-year terms as well. But it's always a pleasure, and I'm so honored to swear you in for this term. So thank you. All right, if you'll please place your left hand on the Constitution and raise your right. I state your name.
I, Lindsay Mahaffey,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties as a member of the Wake Board of Education, so help me God. If that's your affirmation, please state so, so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations and welcome back.
Sorry, I naturally come with an entourage. First and foremost, thank you, Ashley. These kids certainly have grown a lot. My youngest was 2 when I was first selected, and those of you that were here remember there was some screaming because we tried to do a picture without a binky. We're better now. First and foremost, thank you to my family, my kids, my husband for being there and encouraging me and putting up with me being here. It's certainly a group effort. To folks that have consistently supported me over the years, just thank you. Allison, thank you for making sure I was financially compliant. Jason, thank you for poll greeting every single day. Every single day, volunteering too. I'm glad Julie and Lisa are here because they really helped me in the fact that democracy is a team sport. And I'm excited to see my former board members here because I love you and I miss you. And I've learned lessons from all of you, and please know I carry them with me throughout these whatever the next 4 years will bring. And if my parents were successful in clicking on the YouTube link that I sent them, hi, Mom and Dad. My background is teaching, and it is something that I never wanted to do because you grew up in a small town, you went to the local college, and you came back to the small town and you taught and you never left. It never occurred to me that teaching was a profession and a craft that happened everywhere. And that's how I fell into it and fell back into it. And it is something that I love. I miss the classroom on a daily basis. And at the same time, I know that the work that we do here impacts the work of not just our classroom teachers and our students that they take care of, but our principals, our bus drivers, even those folks in our school system that don't get touched or get to see a kid, every day. I even got Terry's mom to be a bus driver. So, for those of you with mother-in-laws, highly recommend it. But I just want to say thank you, and I'm excited to continue to do this work. And, Mr. Chair, let's get back to work.
All right. So there you have it. Our 5 newest members, 5 previous members have been sworn in, and we are complete at 9 members now serving active terms for the Wake County Board of Education. At this point, we have a schedule to keep, but an event like this I know would not be final if there wasn't an opportunity for family and friends to take some pictures. So what I'd like to announce is that as soon as I bang the gavel, we'll be in recess. The swearing-in ceremony will be over. We'll have about 15 minutes for pictures. We also have some light refreshments over to my left, your right, around back there if you'd like to grab a snack or any refreshment. And then we're going to try to get back in here, board members, by about 5:45 so we can start our regularly scheduled meeting. It'll be about 15 minutes late. We have a long agenda, but I want you to be able to have time with your family and your friends. All right? So. Oh, do we want to do that first for the reception? Okay, so if anything that COVID and public education has taught me, it's how to be flexible. So rather than trying to move everybody out, we also have another important part of our meeting before we have our leadership meeting, our annual meeting that takes place. That would be at 5:45. Since everyone is here and already seated, it's been suggested to me that we go ahead and proceed with that. So if you'll bear with me, we'll go ahead, we'll have our annual meeting, and then we will break, and then we will still have our reception, still give you the opportunity for all of your good photos, and then we will move to the reception, and then we will proceed with a regular meeting from there. All right? So in that case, what I'd like to do is pivot to our annual meeting. Now, our annual meeting, Dr. Taylor, you have a role in this, so I hope that you're prepared. The annual meeting follows a similar format. We are already in order as a standing meeting, and we have already determined quorum. We have all 9 of our now all fully sworn in, duly vested members present. We've already given the pledge, and so at this point, we would proceed to the election of officers. So I will surrender the gavel to the superintendent to preside over the election of our board chair for the upcoming year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will give a brief explanation of how we will proceed. In making nominations for the chair and vice chair, a second is not required. Once the nominations have been made, a motion is made to close the nominations, and the motion is seconded. Ballots will be handed out to each board member to vote and sign and pass to council, who will tabulate that. That is our attorney, Mr. Rob Malone. Lacking a majority, a second vote and subsequent votes will be necessary. And please do remember that the ballots are a matter of public record. And so with that, are there nominations for the position of chair for the Wake County Board of Education?
Mr. Superintendent, I would like to nominate our esteemed chair for one more term, Mr. Chris Haggerty.
And I'd like to close nominations. I'd like a motion to close nominations.
Okay, it's been motion made is to close nominations.
Second.
All right. We need to vote on that? Or just close? Okay.
Yes, you would then need to vote on that motion.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There are none. And with that, congratulations, Mr. Chair. Well, we need to vote first.
Still think they would vote.
Okay, still vote. Still vote. I almost gave it to you 270.
Someone better be careful, I might nominate her.
That's right.
Chair Haggerty is elected again by a vote of 9-0.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
So I was taught at an early age not to talk past the sale. So I will say thank you, and in deference to our agenda, I will defer comment until our board meeting. But thank you all. I appreciate the trust and confidence you place in me. So now we will turn to the election of our vice chair. At this time, I would like to open nominations for the office of vice chair for the Wake County Board of Public Education.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Mr. Tyler Swanson for vice chair.
And I'd like to make a motion
Mr.
to
Chair,
close nominations.
I'd like to nominate Cheryl Caulfield.
Okay, so we have 2 nominations, and then, Ms. Russ, did you have a motion?
I made a motion to close nominations.
A motion to close nominations, and that has been properly moved and seconded. So at this point, we'll take, unless there's any debate, we will vote on the motion to close nominations. Sorry, I was occupied. All in favor of voting to close nominations, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right. So at this point, you know the drill. We have our ballots. Please fill out your ballot, and then we'll return it to Mr. Malone, who will announce the result of the election. If I'd had time to prepare, I'd play the Jeopardy music for you while we were waiting, but...
Tyler Swanson is voted as vice chair with a vote of 7-2. All votes were cast for Mr. Swanson except for one from Ms. Caulfield and one from Mr. Ing.
All right, thank you. So congratulations to our newest vice chair, Mr. Tyler Swanson. So at this point, this will conclude our annual meeting in addition to our swearing-in ceremony. So in just a second, I will close this meeting. We will have our brief period now. I guess I still want to give you all at least 15 minutes, so that will put us at 5:55. I'd really ask all board members to return to the table by 5:55 so we can proceed with the meeting. So guests, elected officials, loved ones, thank you. We appreciate you being here and being part of our swearing-in ceremony and our annual meeting. This meeting is adjourned.
when we're done. Turns out she did sign up the coach. She just signed up under the wrong name. So she's the last speaker on the list. I did not allow her to move on.
Okay, we got it. Okay, thanks, Lisa. So this one,
One more.
okay. Yeah. All right, everyone. I gave you 5 bonus minutes, but we do have to come back to order. We'll give our board members who might still be at the reception a moment to come back to their seats. If you are a guest tonight, again, I would encourage you to please take your seat, and we will move on with our agenda. We do have a long agenda tonight with a lengthy speakers list. I want to make sure that everyone who would like to speak, who signed up to speak, has an opportunity to do so before it gets too late into the night. All right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have a quorum. I hear a door clicking. I want to make sure we've got our board members. All right, our other board members are present. I do want to give them the grace to get back in the room before we start. Mr. Hershey?
When we get to public comment, there are a couple of students that are on the off agenda who probably should be on the student list, and I'll point them out when we get to that point, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. It's number 5, Kevin, and number 6, Yasmin, I believe, are both students in Wake County. And they have some others who are speaking.
Which one? We tried to put all of them.
And Kevin, because they're.
Kevin?
You got some there.
No, but we tried to move all of them that have shown up. Kevin needs to get moved.
Kevin and I think Yasmin. They're right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hershey. We'll work to get a revision to that speaker list. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. So we are reconvening our meeting of the Wake County Board of Education. We have previously determined that we had a quorum. We have previously said the Pledge of Allegiance. And so the next item on our agenda is first, with so many new people here tonight, I have to let you know some of the ground rules under North Carolina law. The Wake County Board of Education meetings are conducted for the purpose of doing the official business of the school system, and so the public's cordially invited to come out and observe the business of the board. Persons who willfully interrupt, disrupt, or cause disturbances at an official meeting may be directed to leave by the presiding officer. Members of the audience should show respect for the speakers by refraining from loud comments and other disruptions. Disruptions by any person or persons of a public meeting will be subject to action in accordance with the General Statute 143-318-17. Basically, please show respect to the other speakers, whether you agree or disagree with them. It takes a lot of bravery to get up here in front of everybody. It'd be live streamed, and we just need to show everybody courtesy and respect. All right. So the next item on our agenda is actually the consideration and adoption of the agenda. However, we have two items that were brought to my attention that would require an amendment. The first of these items is that we would like to amend the agenda to move the recognition of the outgoing board member to prior to public comment. Is there said motion?
So moved.
We have a motion from Ms. Mahaffey and a second from, was that Mr. Hershey? All in favor of the motion to amend the meeting agenda to move the recognition of the outgoing board member prior to public comment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, the agenda is so amended. Now, there had been a request for an additional item to add to action an update of the 2024-2025 instructional calendar change for traditional calendar schools. Mr. Swanson had brought that to my attention. However, because of a previous professional conflict, he's had to leave for the airport, and so he is not here to make that motion. However, is there anyone else who would like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion that we add the instructional calendar to the action item.
I'll second.
Okay. I heard a motion from Mr. Hershey, a second from Ms. Caulfield. Is there any discussion about adding the item to the agenda? Okay. I am going to speak on this. I discussed this with Mr. Swanson. I feel obligated to speak against the motion because I think a change like changing our traditional calendar requires more notice to the public. I think if you're talking about something that will require parents to have to make changes in their work schedule and their child care schedules, we should have an opportunity to hear from them before putting it on the agenda and voting on it. I know that there are a lot of people that are in favor of the motion, and I'm prepared to lose this motion, but I did want to voice those objections and explain why I will be voting against the motion to amend the agenda. I just don't believe we've had enough public notice. Ms. Caulfield.
Thank you. And while I do understand that it is kind of short notice that it's come up, I think we've got a really serious amount of people that have reached out to us in favor of it. And even as a parent, I feel that their argument is that basically coming back on just a single Friday actually really you'll have a problem with attendance and kind of disturbs the class as far as the teacher's progress with the students and everything. So I understand your motion that you don't want to vote for it, but that's the reason that I think that we really should support our teacher's ask.
Thank you. And again, if the motion passes, we will get a chance to discuss the motion on its merits and talk about the ins and outs. This is just whether or not we put it on the agenda. So are there other comments, or if not, we'll take a vote. All right, all in favor of amending the meeting agenda for the second item to add to action an update to the 24-25 instructional calendar, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes nay. Chair was extremely outvoted. The motion passes. So now we have an amended agenda with the two amendments that we have discussed, and I would entertain a motion to adopt the meeting agenda.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Edmonds and a second from Ms. Johnson-Hostler. All in favor of adopting the meeting agenda, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you all. The motion passes. So this time with the amended agenda, what we would do is, this is the part of the program where we need to recognize an outgoing board member. And this is difficult because our outgoing board member is someone who does not seek the public spotlight and does not seek public attention. And so I know, in my heart, I need to make this as quick and painless as possible. But I have in my possession, for disclosure to the board, if I've lost it, it doesn't count, right? I do have a letter from our former vice chair, our board member, Ms. Johnson-Hostler, whose term expires in 2026, announcing that she has submitted her resignation to the board, effective later on, not at this meeting, but going ahead and giving us notice. As such, I've accepted the letter, and this will be Ms. Johnson-Hostler's final regular board meeting. She will be joining us for the retreat. And so, at this time, it is traditional that we present our outgoing board members with a plaque recognizing their service. And, you know, I can't get through this without saying something about all that you've done and all of your leadership, both to me personally, to the members here on the board, and to our school district. I will say, and we kind of have a running joke, you know, Monica was the chair when I first came on the board, so I've always said she's been my chair. But she's been more than that. She's really been the model to me of what a school board member should be in every sense of the word, in terms of her community engagement, in terms of her interaction with the schools, with the teachers, with the administrators, with the hard work that she does before each meeting, you know, reading the materials, thinking about them, reaching out to members, that she comes into every issue with an open mind. She may have some very strong opinions, but on time to time, you know, she might change those opinions. Currently, she's changed of my opinions, and I've changed of hers, but she is open to that change. I have so much professional respect for Ms. Johnson-Hostler as a colleague and a friend. I really hate to say goodbye, but I know that it's for a tremendous new opportunity in your life, and so I'm very happy, I'm very excited for you. What I'll do is I'd like to present you with the plaque. I'd like to then open it up for any colleagues who might want to share any thoughts of theirs. And then I will turn the mic over to you. So, Monica Johnson-Hostler, it is with both pride and regret that I have to signal and be here for the end of your board service. But thank you so much for all you've done for the Wake County Public School System and for this Board of Education. Thank you.
I looked away because you cheer when that was making me emotional.
And so it's only fitting at this point that we would turn to the board member who's known Ms. Johnson-Hostler the longest. Ms. Mahaffey, if you are ready, I would turn the mic over to you.
No, I'm not ready, Chris. But that is because anyone that knows Monica or has served with her knows that she hates this part, so I will try to make it quick. But at the same time, you know, ditto to what Chair Haggerty said. When I think of public service and what I want to emulate, it is the public service of Monica Johnson-Hostler, and not just her service to her community, but how she does that in tandem with being a mom, a spouse, a friend, a business owner. Y'all, she's running a nonprofit, making sure that folks that are victims of domestic violence across the state and the country receive justice and help. In addition to this, you think this is our job? A daughter, and many, many other things. And I know two very important members of Team Haas are here today. Bobby, who probably hates this more than you. Sorry, Bobby. And Tracy, the second partner. And I'm sure Gabby is maybe listening somewhere, but I don't know how you do it all. I don't know how you did this as chair with a middle schooler. And I know it's because you have a great amount of people that believe in you, that support you, and that care about you, and that community that you've built supports you back. And so while you're not going too far, Jones Street isn't that far away. I know that that's a community where you will continue to build community and advocate for everything that you've pushed for at this table and in your day job and beyond. And I am sad to see you go, but I know that you contain multitudes and they will get to be shown on at different topics, different angles in that process. And you won't have to be a registered lobbyist. So, but thank you, and we will miss you, but everything that you've taught us will continue. We might not do it as well as you, but we will try.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. I'll just go around the table, and then if you'd like to make a comment, you may. If you want to refrain and then just give it privately, you may do that as well. Ms. Edmonds?
Sure, and I'll be brief. So the only reason that I'm not sad is because I am so excited about where you're headed. We need you in the legislature, so I'm elated. I'm sad to, not be working with you in this capacity any longer, but more than anything, I am so thrilled because the children of North Carolina need you in the legislature, the women of North Carolina need you in the legislature, and sure as hell, public education needs you in the legislature. So I'm so grateful to you for taking that leap and moving on into that space, and I cannot wait to watch what you do there. And thank you for your service to Wake County Public Schools. Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. Dr. Ring?
Well, Monica, we've only known each other for 2 years, but I feel like I learned some stuff from you, on how to be a school board member. And the one thing that I'm going to miss most is your historical understanding of the school board. When people say, if you don't understand history, you're doomed to repeat it. And so that's what I'm going to miss, that understanding of the history, understanding of the background. And so, but I know you'll do great.
Thank you, Dr. Ring. Mr. Hershey?
I will share my comments with her in private, since that's what she desperately wants right now.
Thank you, Mr. Hershey. Ms. Caulfield?
Well, first I want to say congratulations. I know we've only worked together for 2 years. Somehow or another, I think that we are not going to see this is not the end of you. We're not seeing the last of you right now. So the best of luck. And I do appreciate, what Dr. Ng said, just your knowledge and you being on the board this long, that you've been able to share so much with us to get us not only started, but just even conversations that we've had trying to, think how can we advocate for our children and giving the background in history. And it really does help. It helps to hear, not only the history, but all the different sides, and help how you can go forward. So I appreciate that. And thank you, and best of luck.
Thank you, Ms. Caulfield. And we will finish it up with Ms. Rice.
Oh, my. Listen, she will place on her head a graceful garland. She will bestow on you a beautiful crown. Thank you for the Crown Act, that tonight I can wear my hair free. Thank you for all the things that you've done. I've known you for over a decade in community. And so the thing is, for me, I'm so sorry, guys, that you're going to miss her, but she gets to continue to serve in my district. And we get to continue the work of the past 2 school board members that I get to work with doing our first town hall in a 3-tier government place of school board, commissioner, and state representative. I think our first meeting is going to be in January 14th, I think. Yeah, I already scheduled it. Yeah, because we're not playing, and so I'm really excited about that. And so I'm not going to say goodbye because I'll see you next month, and I'll continue to communicate with you, and we'll continue to work alongside one another to do great things. I am so excited about how you're going to continue to dominate the table, because that's what you do, because you're just being who you are, and I love that for you. That's it.
You all heard it there first, the birth of a Holy Trinity.
That already has a schedule.
Ms. Johnson-Hostler, the floor is yours for as long
I
as you'd
think the
like.
biggest thing I can say I've become in 11 years is like an emotional wreck. I used to be able to hold the tears back, but now they just free flow. Again, I will start by, as Ms. Mahaffey noted, by thanking Team Hostler. My daughter is not here. Unfortunately, she's not watching, but we will send her video. She is in dance rehearsals for this weekend, but my husband and my best friend, my sounding board, he actually plays chess. I don't, so he reminds me that in life I'm playing chess. Bobby, who's also an educator in Wake County Public Schools, thank you for always supporting whatever dream that I actually don't even know that's been actualized. You are already speaking that into my life, and so thank you very much. And I see Tracy, who is absolutely, when people say that you choose your family, you choose your family. Tracy came to me as an intern, oh my God, in 1999, and left and came back and worked for me and has been my daughter's unofficial godmother. So when Lindsay says, how do I do it? It's because Tracy had to go to cheer events and pretend to be a mom while I was sitting at this board table, sort of signed some permission slips while I was also sitting at this table. But I am very fortunate. And then I have a whole host of family, my mother, my family. Most of you know I'm very close to my family, who are not here because I did not tell them, because unfortunately they would have come to your swearing in. But I'm very blessed with a group of people who love me. I could thank all of you by name in Wake County Public Schools, but I would be remiss to not thank Melissa Allen. I don't even know how you do it, that you take care of 9 board members, and you have taken care of me since the moment I walked here. I have severe allergies, and somebody came behind me with a box of Kleenex, a bottle of water, and peppermints, and I was like, wait, what? She has just known, and also provided things before I could even say it. And everybody on staff knows. If you need to know anything about where I am or how or what I can do, Melissa Allen still knows and still keeps the mini calendars that I operate. So thank you so very much for all of your support. And honestly, your friendship. You're also a person I won't be saying goodbye to, because you also live in my district. So thank you, Melissa, and thank you to everyone at Wake County Public Schools. For those of you who I've hugged, those of you who I have not, those of you who I've said things to in the most kindest way, but as Chair Haggerty says, I am an evolutionary thinker, so I have strong opinions about the things that I believe in. I will never compromise my values and morals, but you can still change my mind, because I always believe that there's a path forward when people are aligned and want to do the right thing on behalf of all of our human beings, and that is important to me. I've spent my entire career dedicated to keeping women and children primarily safe, and coming to this board was an extension of who I am. So I tell people all the time, this is hard work. It's not hard work. It is because it is the work from my heart. And I can't thank you all enough, my past colleagues, my current colleagues who have become friends. Dr. Taylor, it has been an amazing gift to get to know you. Again, not that I signed up to hire 2 superintendents, but we are very glad you are here, and you certainly have been instrumental, because one of the things that I know to be true, and I'll say this for myself because I believe it to be true for Dr. Taylor, all of us serve for such a time as this, and my time here was ending. I knew that before I ran for the last term. I publicly stated it was my last term, because I came on this board to stabilize it so that all children had access to a high-quality education, all educators understood that they were respected and valued, and all community members knew that they had a board member at this table who would answer their phone calls, texts, emails, and show up in person when needed. And I believe that if I did nothing else, I delivered on those three things. The fact that our students know that they can come before us, the fact that a fifth grader sent me an email about the schedule change, Mr. Chair, for January. And it is time for this board to do exceedingly abundantly amazing things in this district. And regardless of what I can or can't do in my new endeavor on Jones Street, it is without a shadow of a doubt that Wake County Public School will continue to be a star in North Carolina's crown jewel. And you will do the hard work, and you will do it for our students and with our community. And there's so much more I will say. But Chris has a very thoughtful letter that I thought I was going to read, but I haven't. But I will end by saying I do believe that, Dr. Taylor, just as I'm departing, it is your time to take Wake County Public Schools to the next level. So thank you. You literally set the tone when you told us that your theme was going to be level up, and I expect that and know it to be true. So it is my pleasure to have served with you on this short term, but as I said, I will be watching. And Mr. Chair, totally full circle. I was your chair, and I'm leaving with you as my chair. I'm also leaving with you as a dear friend, as a colleague. Both our conversations about parenthood, having raised a child while serving in this role, who's now in college, a spouse while serving in this role, an executive director of a nonprofit while serving in this role. As you can tell, lots of ways in which our lives are parallel, and so I will always be your good friend. I also know that I'll always take you out with me because people love Chris Haggerty, just FYI. But again, thank you all for your support, and I will leave this board with what I said in 2013, that regardless of who voted for me, I will serve every constituent in Wake County, and that remains true as the new House District-elect for District 33. Regardless of a vote, regardless of the district, I'm here to serve the citizens of Wake County and believe that we can only be better when we are together. And I truly believe that, and I will continue to believe that. And I also know that just as I tell parents, I will tell you all in this role, please hold me accountable. Hold my feet to the fire. Call me when it's wrong. You don't have to necessarily thank me when I'm right. That's not my thing, but I always want to know when I should know better and do better. And I can only do that without your support. So it has been my pleasure to sit at this table. It has been my pleasure to serve alongside the many staff members. There's some I can see, and if I start calling your names, I'll need to call everybody's names. But again, thank you for all the lessons that I've learned, and hopefully I will leave generous nuggets of wisdom and the things that you don't want, as my grandma would say. Chew it up and spit out the fat that you don't like. You can totally throw away the things that you didn't like. And I believe that that is how you should lead. So always remember, lead as your most authentic self. That is what I've tried to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I mean, I didn't pay you to stand up, Dr. Taylor, but thank you. And one of my upcoming colleagues stayed to hear me. Thank you, Representative Von Haven, as you run over to sign Lynn Edmonds' form.
I was going to say, you've got people coming back into the meeting. That's pretty good. And so I have officially received Ms. Johnson-Hostler's letter, and so that will be entered into the meeting minutes. I'll give it to Mr. Malone and Ms. Allen, and it will be part of the official record. For the record, the resignation does become effective December 31st, 2024. All right, thank you. So now we turn to the public comment portion of our meeting. Speakers tonight commenting on items on the agenda will be heard before speakers commenting on other topics. However, as is our policy and our standing practice, we do allow the students who've come out to speak first. Now, we do have a very lengthy list of public speakers. Typically, if public comment goes on beyond like 30 minutes, sometimes to an hour, we'll take the rest of public comment, and that will be concluded after our other business items on the meeting. Tonight, it's my intent to get through every student speaker first. Then we'll have a brief recess because it is a school night, y'all. But then we'll resume our business meeting, and we will pick up public comment after our business items on the agenda. So just a couple For those of you who are here for the first time, a couple of important things to know. Only the person speaking at the podium is allowed to stand. We don't have groups come up to the podium or people standing up or down while someone else is speaking. Again, only the attendee who is speaking may be standing during someone else's speaking time. Concerns related to personnel issues or confidential student matters, those can be addressed through a number of WCPSS policies. If you have something that would normally be protected by confidentiality, we have staff here who can assist you so you can bring that to their individual attention if it is not appropriate for public comment. As I mentioned before, in the interest of maintaining civility and decorum, speakers are encouraged, they must address their comments to the Board of Education, those of us up here, and must refrain from personal attacks or insults directed at the board, individual board members, and specifically members of the general public or other speakers. Again, please treat each other with respect. Please remain at the podium during your speaking time. If you have brought anything that you wish to share with the board, please hand it to Mr. Malone here at the end of the table. He will make sure copies are distributed to all board members, and it will be part of the official meeting record. Now, here's the mechanics of how it works. You see the podium up front here. During public comment, you can speak for up to 3 minutes. You don't have to speak for 3 minutes, but at the end of 3 minutes, we're going to call the next speaker. Once you come up there, notice the microphones, they are adjustable, so get them to a level that you're comfortable with. Then your time will begin once you begin speaking. After you begin speaking, you may see a yellow light and you'll hear an audible tone. That's your 30-second warning. That means you have 30 seconds left in your time. Then the next tone, the next light you see will be a red light 30 seconds later, and that's the end of your time. Even if you're in the middle of your sentence, especially with so many speakers, we're going to have to call the next speaker. So again, please respect the time limit. You don't have to speak for the entire 3 minutes, but we do have to cut you off at 3 in order to get to everybody who's chosen to come out here tonight. All right? So beginning with our students, our first speaker tonight, and hold on, we've got a revised list here, I believe is Rohit Kumar. And Rohit will be followed by Abhi Moturi. And you can clap while they're walking up, but just when they're done, we gotta. When they're done, we have to go on to the next speaker. So I don't want this coming out of your time. So thank you for joining us. Once you have everything adjusted and you're ready, your time will start.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Rohit Kumar, and I am the ambitious high schooler behind your long list of speakers today. I unfortunately plan to come and speak December 17th and have a little more organization behind these efforts, but unfortunately I heard that meeting was canceled, so we are here today to try to bring light to our problem. Now, as far as the problem goes, I'm sure most of you understand the situation and have probably heard all kinds of things about boys volleyball in Wake County, as boys volleyball is the fastest growing sport in the state of North Carolina. I'd assume you've all heard about it at this point and have heard about the sport specific to Wake County, being board members. And I would like to mention that I only started playing a couple of months ago, actually. And I only moved here in my freshman year, right before my freshman year, and I noticed that my school didn't have a debate team. So I went ahead and started that, and it's going great. And the biggest thing I've learned from it is communication is key. Communicating with my administration was key. Communicating with my advisor, with our coaches, with the rest of my leadership was key, and that is what I'm here to do today. Now, I understand all of the different things put in place that maybe stop boys volleyball from being an immediate yes. But at the end of the day, the NCHSAA will be reaching its sanctioning number very quickly. And by 2026, they expect to have, or the NCVBA expects to have it sanctioned regardless, which means that Wake County, by not adopting volleyball as a sport, will end up adopting volleyball as a sport at some time, because our athletic director did promise to bring it to Wake County schools when we were sanctioned by the NCHSAA. And from that, I see that there are all kinds of hidden problems scattered throughout. We are not ready to adopt volleyball as a sport, and we won't be ready until we acknowledge that there are problems in place. I've talked to many people throughout my school and throughout other places in Wake County, and I actually only had these people gathered here today, Sunday night, I sent out an Instagram post on a brand new account, and I said, guys, let's make this happen. Let's all show up, and let's all speak on the thing that we care so passionately about. And in 2 days' time, this many people have showed up on a moment's notice to come and speak about the thing that they love. And if that's not enough attention to bring to the table, then I don't know what would possibly bring attention, as there are over 2,000 boys in the state of North Carolina that are actively playing this season. There are over 150 schools that will be playing this season, and unfortunately, most Wake County schools won't be on that list. People will find a way to play, though, regardless. Maybe not competitively, maybe at the YMCA, maybe at a rec center, but they will find a way to play, and those places won't support them to be the individuals that Wake County can support them to be. They won't have access to the same medical attention that they might end up needing if they get injured, and there are all kinds of safety problems behind that Wake County can solve very quickly. But having an athletic director and having an athletic trainer is a luxury to a lot of schools, and having the bandwidth to have that is also really important, so I would like to urge a change.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Abhinav Maturi, and then Abhi will be followed by Eli Jones.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abhinav Maturi, and I'm a student at Green Level High School. I'm here today to propose the addition of boys volleyball as a school sport. This sport is rapidly growing throughout our nation and especially in our state, and more schools are recognizing the value it can bring to our students. Unfortunately, our school district currently doesn't offer this opportunity, and we are here to stand for this problem. First and foremost, the growing popularity and demand for boys volleyball can't be ignored. Across the country, the number of schools offering boys volleyball is on the rise. Our students are very passionate about this sport, and many are currently participating in clubs across the county. But they lack a formal school team to represent them. By adding boys volleyball, we would be meeting the demand and giving these students a chance to compete at a higher level. A boys volleyball team would also boost school pride, bringing together students, families, and alumni to support our athletes. It would also give students a chance to be more involved in school events, contributing to a stronger sense of community and unity. Furthermore, offering boys volleyball would provide our athletes with enhanced opportunities for recruitment and scholarships. More colleges are now offering scholarships for this sport, and by having a competitive team, we would give our students a greater chance to pursue their dreams and participate in these sports in college. This could be the path to scholarships or recruitment that they otherwise may not have access to. Additionally, adding boys volleyball would not be a big financial burden. We could share resources and equipment with the existing girls volleyball team across county, in schools across the county, and scheduling would also be manageable since we would use more indoor facilities, and since most spring sports are mostly outdoor, we wouldn't really take up too much of their time. In conclusion, adding boys volleyball to our school's athletic offerings would provide numerous benefits, encouraging physical development, boosting school spirit, and providing future opportunities for our students. I strongly urge the school board to consider this proposal, as it would be a valuable addition to the communities of our schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eli Jones, who will be followed by Phoenix Bilodeau.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask, if it's okay with you, when you read the followed by name, if
Yes.
that person could come and get in the front row, maybe just to,
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, Ms. Edmonds. We'll sort of have whoever's on deck come up to the front, either side on the front row, just so we can try to proceed through everybody and get you out of here at a decent hour, okay? All right. I appreciate that suggestion, Ms. Edmonds. Eli, when you are ready.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the Wake County Board. First off, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to come speak to you today. Secondly, I would like to say how heartwarming it is to see the amount of players, athletes, and advisors for the sport of boys volleyball come together at such a moment's notice. I'm not going to stand up here and tell you guys about why this would be beneficial, because we've all heard that and we're going to keep hearing that. I'm going to tell you how volleyball has impacted me as a person. A little bit about myself. I've been playing for 3 years, club volleyball, both indoor and outdoor. When I started, I weighed 320 pounds. Wasn't very social. Wasn't very happy. I started playing, and to say it changed or saved my life would not be hyperbole. Would not be a hyperbole. If I had limited time, I could probably stand here and talk about my experiences, the good, the bad, the triumphs, the defeats, and all the great times I have had with so many of these players in this room, but we don't exactly have that. One of the things I think is great about volleyball and something that stands out to me is the unity that it brings. I've been to open gyms and rec centers where, because of an accent or a language barrier, I cannot understand the players I'm playing with, but through hand signals and just the game, we can communicate, play as a group, and I think that's one of the great things, is that if you add this to a school, you can have, it doesn't matter how tall you are, what religion you practice, who you are, we can all stand on the same court and play an amazing sport. I'd like to end this by saying, I don't think this experience should be kept to those in Wake County whose families can afford club activities. I think if Wake County were to provide this in high schools, more people could have this experience, and I think that would just be an amazing thing for a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phoenix Bilodeau, who will be followed by Hari Balan.
Sorry for breaking up the volleyball people. Good evening, board members. Tonight I want to discuss the issue of phones. First, let me just say that I'm not your typical teenager. I use my phone roughly 5 hours a day, and most of that is spent reading articles or texting my long-distance girlfriend. I have Instagram, but I use it very little, and I'd be just fine without it. I'm not one of those phone addicts who needs social media in order to live. I am acutely aware of the drawbacks to technology, especially in young hands. People have posted things about me, often rumors or private information like the fact that I'm trans, usually accompanied by photos that were discreetly taken of me. Phones have become a key part of bullying and harassment, and it's also no secret that phones cause distraction. Impulse control is a problem shared by most, but especially teenagers. People will get a notification and they just have to check it because it nags at them. Phones are tricky business, and I concede they cause problems, but what about the problems they can solve? I don't think those are discussed enough. I have been in many unsafe situations that I would have been stuck in if I didn't have my phone. Like one day last year when I went to the bathroom during lunch, planning on it being a quick in and out, but moments after entering the stall, 3 people began trying to look through the crack in the door, shouting threats and other disturbing comments, banging on the stall and telling me to come out. I was really scared and seemingly trapped because they were blocking the door. Luckily, I had my phone and was able to text my mom and get her advice. I stayed in the bathroom until they all left, which made me incredibly late to class, and I got a tardy, which made me really upset. My nerves were shot and I couldn't focus on anything, so, with my phone, I asked my mom to pick me up. If I hadn't had my phone, I would have been trapped and stuck at school. What's more, there are places within my school that don't have cameras, and the cameras we do have don't pick up sound. So, many students record situations so that they have proof. A friend of mine once got cornered into a known camera blind spot, and if they hadn't recorded the situation they were in, there would have been no proof of it. Additionally, if I didn't have my phone, I wouldn't have immediate access to the Say Something app, and that would leave numerous issues unaddressed. Lastly, something that everyone knows is that school shootings can happen at any point, and in the worst case scenario, we should not be deprived of the ability to reach out and say our goodbyes, or to call parents for emotional support, which significantly outweighs the problems a phone could cause in that scenario. I know that cell phone bans are becoming more and more common, and I know that Ms. Edmonds has been considering cell phone policies, and I 100% understand limited usage, but a ban is wrong, unfair, and unsafe. Please do not deprive thousands of people of the tools to protect themselves, especially in our current political climate. Thank you. And with my 40 seconds, I will say, I played volleyball, started when I was 6, and started playing club volleyball when I was in middle school, moved here, and really hoped to continue playing volleyball, but it was made illegal for me to play sports, and so I wasn't able to, and boys volleyball wasn't offered in my schools, and I was really sad, so I've been sportsless for 3 years, and it's very sad. So I think that y'all should consider that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hari Balan, who will be followed by Ridi Shakya.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Hari, and I'm a sophomore at Green Level High School. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I may not stand tall in height, but I stand tall in my passion for volleyball. Volleyball has become a huge part of my life. It's where I found community, growth, and joy. I know I won't have a future as a professional athlete, but that's not what this is about. High school is my only real opportunity to actually compete in this sport in a meaningful way. It's where I can push myself to be better, work as a part of a team, and represent my school with pride. Right now, volleyball is not sanctioned as an official sport in our district, and that means athletes like me miss out on many opportunities that other sanctioned sports provide, including access to better funding, facilities, and coaching, opportunities to compete at higher levels like regional or state championships, and most importantly, the chance to feel validated as an athlete and a team member. Volleyball deserves to be treated as seriously as other sports. Sanctioning volleyball would send a powerful message that every sport and every athlete, no matter how tall or short, is valued and supported in our district. High school sports do more than just keep us active. They teach us discipline, resilience, and leadership. They give us a sense of belonging. For someone like me, who doesn't fit the mold of a typical athlete, volleyball has been a place where I have proven to myself and others that passion and dedication matter more than anything. By sanctioning volleyball, you give students like me the chance to make memories we'll carry for a lifetime. I'll never forget the feeling of diving for a save, hearing my teammates cheer, or even laughing at the mistakes that brought us closer as a team. These experiences shape who we are, and they're worth investing in. I'm asking you to officially sanction volleyball as a high school sport in our district. This decision isn't just about volleyball. It's about equity, opportunity, and the future of students who thrive on and off the court. For many of us, high school is our best shot to play the game we love. Once we are out of high school, we may not play the sport ever again. It's our moment to shine, to grow, and to make memories. I don't want to look back and wonder what could have been. I want to look back and remember I played volleyball professionally. I want to look back and know my school and my district supported me and my peers in chasing our passions. Thank you for listening to my story and considering what this decision could mean to students like me. I hope you take this opportunity to elevate volleyball and give athletes the chance to represent our schools proudly and elevate themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ridish, who will be followed by Sarvesh Kumar.
Hello, my name is Ridish Shake, and I'm a senior at Panther Creek High. First, I'd like to thank you guys for giving me an opportunity to talk. So, first I want to talk a little bit about my past. I'm from New York, where volleyball is kind of big. So, I had a really big passion when I was moving to North Carolina, thinking I was going to play volleyball for high school. Since a lot of my friends in high school played volleyball and told me to play because they think I have a chance. So I didn't realize that boys volleyball wasn't in every school. I didn't realize that until I moved here and found out that not only North Carolina, but a lot of schools and a lot of states around me didn't have boys volleyball. I started thinking about growing boys volleyball in sophomore year, but I didn't know what to do. I was mostly relying on my upperclassmen to do stuff for me and make volleyball happen. Now that I'm a senior and seeing that nothing has changed, it makes me realize, will it change in the future? I don't want to disappoint my underclassmen how my upperclassmen did to me, so I want to try changing it. When I first moved here, I weighed about 213 pounds. Now I'm down to 165, which is a big change because I did that under 2 months. A lot of people told me that I wouldn't be successful because I was kind of big, but I proved them wrong. Last year, we had an opportunity, Panther Creek had an opportunity to play a non-affiliated game. We did really good. We were 10-12. 10 wins, 2 losses. 10-2, my bad. But considering that a lot of schools around us, they didn't do as good, but they still had an opportunity to play states. So a lot of people from my school found out that we weren't going to go to states. So they said, hey, what's the point of trying? It makes me feel so sad looking at all my teammates and seeing how down they are just because we're not going to be able to go to states and losing their confidence. And I hope this could change, because high school is a place where people grow their career. Is where people see what they have in the future. So, So, thank you for letting me talk. I hope you guys change your minds. I hope I change your guys' minds. My bad, I'm kind of nervous. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarvesh, who will be followed by Thomas Dixon.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. Unlike most of the people here who are here to talk about volleyball, I don't actually play volleyball. I just came to support my friends. A few months ago, I wasn't even planning on trying volleyball at all. I always thought it wasn't the sport for me. But my friends all pressured me to come and try it out for a few months. So I found out I was spending most of my summer playing volleyball with them, and during this time, I found out just how dedicated they were. Every time I trained with them, I was absolutely exhausted. And there would be sand all over my body and my hair, and my arms would be aching. But the very next day, we would all show up again, ready for another session. I was amazed with this much dedication and effort from my friends, which is something I've never seen before from them. But that's how much they love the sport, enough to put all of their time and energy into it. Volleyball obviously didn't turn out to be my sport, and I returned to my main sport, Taekwondo. However, many of the people here have quit or neglected their main sports for volleyball, and it's even become their main sport. But I noticed that they didn't really have any way of showing their dedication to the sport. In my sport, Taekwondo, there are many different competitions and tournaments I can go to. I can show off my skills there, learn things I can't in my classes, and win medals. In volleyball, opportunities like those are very few and are often expensive. They can cost thousands of dollars, money that many people can't afford due to sheer financial hardship. I wanted my friends to be able to show off and feel proud of their skills as volleyball athletes. So I helped host a volleyball tournament for them, and it was a real blast. So many teenagers came from all over town to compete, and I was surprised because I didn't even know volleyball was that popular. But it's quickly gaining recognition, and it's becoming one of the fastest growing sports in this country. It opened my eyes to the fact that these amazing athletes don't have the necessary space to be volleyball players. So I ask you, the Board of Education, to grant these people the opportunity to become volleyball players. Create an official boys volleyball club team. Girls volleyball already exists, so it's just a matter of making another one for boys. Give my friends the same chance that you give to so many other sports, and they, along with boys all over this county, will blow your minds with their passion for volleyball. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Dixon, who will be followed by David Kwan.
Hi, my name is Thomas Dixon, and I go to Panther Creek High School. Last year, we were able to play men's volleyball competitively, but we were not allowed to be recognized by our school. My question is, why? There's no reason to not support this sport when there's clear interest at most Wake County public schools. This year, we were very close to the recognition as a sport by the NCHSAA, but we are stopped by our athletic department at our school. Furthermore, Wake County Public School Athletics was offered a fully funded season as long as it takes to get sanctioned. The offer was declined even though there is clear interest from most Wake County public schools. Another big factor to start men's volleyball is that there are many colleges in the area that offer scholarships, including the Conference Carolina, which has schools like Barton, Mount Olive, King, North Greenville, and more colleges. I want to play for my school, and I don't understand the obstacles, and my only question is why. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Kwan, who will be followed by Mohit Khan.
Good evening. My name is David Kwan, and I'm a sophomore at Green Hope High School. So first I'm going to start with some facts about volleyball and how it's grown. So boys volleyball has been proven for the past 5 years to be the fastest growing boys high school sport, but I'm sure I already know that. It's being played in school clubs as well as competitive travel clubs outside of school. Recently at Triangle Volleyball, the top 16's team won the AAU Nationals for their age group, the biggest juniors boys volleyball tournament in the nation. They're probably going to go back-to-back as well. So my point is, North Carolina is becoming the volleyball state. So I'm going to get into some facts of my personal experience as a player. As a sophomore at Green Hope High School, playing volleyball with my friends at Green Hope last year was probably one of the best times of my life, honestly. I played at first, 2 years ago, at a sand club and quit for a few years. I never thought I'd see a court again, but a friend got me into a volleyball club at my school, and this definitely sparked my love for the game. I formed very close friendships with those from my team and those from others as well, since I played constantly with them, so it made us all friends. And in the volleyball community, everyone sees each other quite often, as clubs and gyms in the area are pretty limited. This helped lead to great relationships, and On the court, it definitely feels like a very competitive environment, although at our school it's only considered a club. Having a state championship for volleyball, although it's not currently sanctioned in North Carolina, was definitely the goal to work for, and it still is. Since 2 years ago, playing at the college level was always my dream, but oftentimes than not, it's extremely rare to play in college without playing competitively in high school. This is why I asked to support boys volleyball in Wake County. Off the court, too, it definitely matched quite evenly with it, like going out to eat after games, traveling to school 30 minutes away, and team bonding. To me, it honestly felt like some sort of family, all of us, and just the way we saw one another every day. And outside of the season, each one of us are just so committed to getting better and working hard for our sport. So that's why I believe boys volleyball should be sanctioned. Thank you for your careful consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mohit Khan, who will be followed by Anish Bhaskar.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Mohit Khan, and I'm a freshman at Green Level High School. So originally I had a whole speech prepared, but I decided to just wing it. So originally basketball was my sport. I used to play every day, I used to practice. And then for work reasons, my dad's work reasons, we moved to the Middle East for 2 years. And that kind of disconnected me from all of my friends sitting back there. And so after those 2 years of still playing basketball in the Middle East, I came back and all my friends started playing volleyball. And so they connected me with the sport and they started introducing me to it. So I used to go outside every day. I started practicing with them, and that was 5 months ago. And ever since then, I became in love with the sport, and every single day I've tried my best to go outside for a few hours, try and play with them, practice with them, and I've just became addicted. And when I started high school in Green Level, I was excited to play volleyball for the school. I was excited to try out, but then I was sad to know that there was no volleyball team for Green Level. And so then a few months after school started, Rohit actually was thinking about starting a club, a volleyball club, unaffiliated, and I got really excited. I was going to have a chance to play volleyball for the school, but then he kind of stepped it up and decided to go a little further and try and create a full-on team. And so because of that, I'm here today. I'm trying to change your guys' mind and convince you guys to have a team for more schools in the district, have a team for Green Level, and create an opportunity for all these guys, all my friends, and me to have an opportunity to play for our school and have fun and chase our dreams. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, before we go to our next speaker, I just wanted to level set for everybody. At this point, looking at the remaining students, we still have between 45 minutes and an hour of additional speakers, but we will take a break at the conclusion of our student speakers, okay? All right. So next up, I said, is Anish Bhaskar, who will be followed by Aaron McKenna.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Anish Bhaskar. I'm a freshman at Green Level High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to share an idea that could have a long-lasting impact on our school district: the introduction of a competitive boys volleyball as a sanctioned sport. This past summer, me and my friends quickly discovered a passion that became a huge part of our lives: volleyball. What started as a casual game turned into hours of practice, weeks of dedication, and months of growth. Playing volleyball just didn't teach us the game. It helped us form strong bonds, develop important life skills, and foster a diverse and inclusive community. Volleyball taught us resilience, teamwork, and communication, as success depends on trusting your teammates and executing plays together. The sport also teaches time management, the practice of balancing schoolwork and other commitments that require discipline. These lessons directly translate into the classroom, where perseverance and collaboration are critical to success. But here's the issue. Currently, Boys in our district don't have an opportunity to play competitive volleyball at the high school level. Students like me are missing out on a chance of fully engaging in a sport that we love and benefit from the personal growth it fosters. The demand for boys in volleyball is clear. In North Carolina alone, the number of teams has grown dramatically, from just 7 teams in 2022 to over 110 projected in 2025. That's an increase of 1,471%. This growth shows the rising popularity of the sport and the need for our district to keep up with this trend. Additionally, our school already has sanctioned volleyball teams for girls, so why can't we? With the necessary equipment, nets, balls, and courts already in place, adding a boys volleyball team would require little to no extra investment in equipment. The same resources that can be used for both teams, making this practical and cost efficient for both schools. Sanctioning boys volleyball would do more than just create a new team. It would strengthen our school community, providing a healthy outlet for competition and teamwork. It promotes inclusivity as volleyball welcomes players of all skill levels and backgrounds. Most importantly, it would give students like me the opportunity to develop into well-rounded individuals, equipped with life skills that serve us to school and beyond. I urge the board to consider sanctioning boys volleyball in our district. Let's give students the chance to grow, compete, and connect. Let's invest in a sport that builds character, fosters community, and reflects the interests of our generation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron McKenna, who will be followed by Amy Lay.
Hey everyone, my name's Aaron McKenna. I'm a freshman from Enlow High School. And before I talk about myself, I'd like to talk about my brother. 3 years ago, he started volleyball by going to my mom and just telling her he wanted to. And after I saw him play, I went to most of his tournaments. I saw him play, and it got me hooked on the sport. Ever since then, I've always wanted to play volleyball, and recently I've made a national team for it. And I think everyone at every high school should have the opportunity to feel the same way that I felt when I made that team. Boys volleyball has gained popularity across the nation. Schools surrounding us all recognize this. Yet many of us don't have that same opportunity to compete even at a high level of competition simply because it is not sanctioned here in our state. Sanctioning boys volleyball would mean official recognition, access to better coaching, funding, and the ability to compete in state-level tournaments. It would give students a chance to showcase their talents and represent our schools with pride. Secondly, volleyball is not only enjoyable, but also profitable. It's a sport that builds teamwork, communication, and strategy. These are skills that go way beyond the court and into our classrooms, relationships, and future careers. The fast-paced nature of the game and exciting plays involved make it a sport that fans love to watch. It could easily become a crowd favorite, bringing our school community together. Some might say that we have enough sports now, but adding boys volleyball doesn't take away from what we have. It adds to it. It gives more students a chance to be active and involved, especially those who might not play other sports. By sanctioning this program, we let people know that we value all interests and talents, building a better, more inclusive environment for all. Finally, let's talk about the long-term impact. Sanctioning boys volleyball now sets the stage for growth. It shows younger students that our county is a place where their interests matter. It shows our community that we're committed to expanding opportunities for everyone. So let's make this happen. By sanctioning boys volleyball, we're not just starting a team, we're making a statement. We're saying that everyone deserves a chance to compete, grow, and shine. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Lee, who will be followed by Durana Chiriquata.
Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Amy Lay. I'm a current senior in high school, and I'm with the North Carolina team from Department of Human and Health Services as a youth advisor team. And First, I want to thank you all for your commitment to promoting the health and safety of our youth and establishing healthy behaviors that align with educational success as well as their overall health being. And I'm here today to advocate that Wake County Public School Board should implement a passive parent consent policy for the YRBS survey. So what is the YRBS survey? The Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance Survey is a every other year survey that really allows students to give feedback on how they're doing overall, their experiences, and let the community know how well they're doing. So the YRBS survey is a baseline, and it's an indicator of how Wake County youth are doing with various topics like mental health as well as substance abuse. And this is vital because this data can tell us what we need to address. And it also kind of targets into whether the current programs we have in our schools are actually working and effective. And the YRBS questionnaire touches on various vital points that impact specifically our Wake County youth, such as personal school safety, drinking, mental health, self-harm, substance abuse, vaping, and other food habits. We are unique from the rest of the state. So having just only the state data would not allow us to really understand what our youth really need. So that's why the YRBS survey, by allowing this passive consent policy, will be able to increase participation from students and actually get information and data to understand specific programs and services as well as the differences that they are making. A major problem as we align is the active consent aspect, where students have to go through the process of getting parent consent forms, handing it back to the teachers, and this process may kind of have a lot of faults in the way that parents might not actually get the form, forget to sign it, and sometimes even the teachers might not prioritize and emphasize the importance of this form, and this causes the lack of participation from students. This can lead to many biased results from students, as the students who might be having more significant data might not be able to actually present it and being able to have it analyzed. One clear strategy is making our data collection more robust by having this passive consent for student participation. And this way, it can lead to many benefits, including how it can impact how our programs are organized, as well as increasing student participation by having more communities and organizations focus their goals more specifically towards our community's needs. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Durana Cherukuwada, who will be followed by Arman Khan.
Good evening. My name is Darna Chirkwada. I am a senior from Enloe Magnet High School, and I'm also part of the Youth Health Advisory Team with North Carolina. While running surveys among high school students for my IB Extended essay to cross-examine the relationship between mental health and increased social media and technology usage, I came across shocking results. Over 3/4 of the participants listed mental health as one of their lowest priorities, compared to their social life and education. However, around 3/5 of participants stated feeling sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 or more weeks, one of the questions on the YRBS questionnaire. Similarly, some even stated that didn't know where the school psychologist's office was located. According to CDC, most middle and high school students who vape want to quit or have tried to. In 2020, 63% of students using e-cigarettes reported wanting to quit, while 67% of these students using e-cigarettes reported trying to quit. This shows the importance of spreading awareness about problems of vaping and substance abuse. At Enloe, we implemented such a program which educates students on the consequences of vaping. After the program was implemented, it helped to address suicidal thoughts and also educate students on who they can reach out to when they need help, such as school psychologists. It's important to recognize that such programs cannot be implemented on wide scales without proper data about these issues. Without data from the YRBS, it's hard for school board to understand the major issues youth are facing, and also to which programs grants must be funded to. This highlights the importance of actually gathering enough data and encouraging students to fill out the YRBS. Organizations like the Poe Center develop and implement programs based on this data. Being able to craft programs that meet the needs of Wake County community is a data-dependent process. We need an accurate picture of well-being issues so we can prioritize efforts and effectively develop and implement strategies to optimize outcomes for our students. Another major problem lies in the active consent aspect that Amy Lee talked about. The factors it takes for students to be able to complete the form are unreliable, leading to a gap in our knowledge for important youth issues. When these issues aren't currently weighted, we aren't able to offer proper help and guidance to students. Wake County is one of the largest in North Carolina and also one of the highest performing in North Carolina, so students' voices must be emphasized. Yet another note is the grant recognition, which is a big issue because we need data that represents populations, which provides an advantage in grant writing over communities and districts that don't have the data. For any funding application, developing a data-driven statement is a need key to successful requests for funding. Funders place a high level of trust in CDC's YRBS. Many funding opportunity announcements cite YRBS data and clearly indicate an expectation that local YRBS data be cited. Wake County has a lack of data, and improperly weighted data is a result of active permission. Wake County is the only large school district in North Carolina that maintains an active permission approach to water-based data. As a result, we are competing for funding. We are competing for...
And I'm afraid that is your time.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
And again, if you do have additional information you aren't able to convey in your 3 minutes, you can reach out to the board by email and other means. We have, specifically on this issue, received some emails before, and we have that information. But don't feel pressured if you've got more at the end. You can still submit your comments to the board, and they will be considered. All right. So our next speaker is Arman Khan, who will be followed by Arnav Chauhan, I think.
Good evening, Chair Haggerty and esteemed members of the board. My name is Arman Khan, and I am a freshman at Enloe High School. I stand before you here today, a part of the North Carolina's Youth Health Advisors, and I am speaking on behalf of Kevin Go. So understanding more on what is the parent-informed passive consent, passive parent consent combats the issue of limited responses because students don't have to go through the lengthy processes of obtaining active consent before filling out a form regarding their feelings. Instead, parents can choose to opt for specific forms, like the YRBS, if they choose. This would increase the amount of data collected and how many students fill out such forms. Additionally, the anonymous nature of the form allows students to comfortably express their experiences on the YRBS form so that they can receive the help they need. Through automated announcements and existing notification systems, parents who are truly averse to their child participating in the surveillance would have the opportunity to opt out for their child. This approach removes the barrier that creates biased samples, would theoretically increase the response rate, and still provide for families to contingently choose for their child not to participate. The best choice for maximizing student participation is to use passive permission. The impact of using passive permission for the YRBS is clear from our 2019 NC YRBS, as NC sites that have used active permission had average response rates of 51%, while NC sites that used passive permission had average response rates of 71%. The cost to conduct the survey through active permission is also much higher than through passive permission. The current state law has an exception for the YRBS and Youth Tobacco Survey, YTS. Thus, with the Wake County Public School policy, parent-informed passive consent can be implemented. I just want to go ahead and thank you all very much for this opportunity to advocate for the YHA and for passive parent consent. And I'd like to reiterate some main topics. Number one, the increased participation rate. Number two, the reduced cost. Number three, the grants that this has on the on certain organizations. Right now, Wake County, we have less than 60% of these students taking these exams and these surveys. Without this, organizations, as Darna stated earlier, like the Post Center, can't function properly because they don't have the necessary data that they need. Passive parent consent will give us the data we need. I stand here and I thank you very much for your time. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan. Sorry, I hate to interrupt. One thing that you stated is that you said you're also speaking on behalf of Kevin Go. Does Mr. Go still intend on speaking? Is he still here? No, sir. Okay, so I'll remove him from the list. Thank you. All right. Our next speaker, I believe, is Arnav, is it Chauhan? Chauhan, yeah. Chauhan. And Arnav will be followed by Kiran Patel.
Good evening to the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to everyone today. I'm Arnav Chauhan, a junior at Panther Creek High School. I want to preface this by saying that I learned about this effort during lunch today and wrote my speech during fourth period because of how much I see this means to my peers. I only play volleyball for fun every once in a while, and it's always been a great time, and so I really want to push this mission forward. I run for Panther Creek cross country and track year-round and used to swim for PC in the winter. I've played some form of sport every year of my life that I can remember, and I can truly say it's one of the greatest experiences I've had. Some of my best friends are the ones that I see after school every day at practice. There's nothing that can replace the feeling of camaraderie that we get from going through the trials and tribulations of workouts together. There's a sand volleyball court in the Providence Place neighborhood that I have many fond memories at. In the summer, the court is always full with 30-plus male high schoolers there, all sharing good times and having fun. I can recall games that were cutthroat and went down to the point, filled with some shots that might have scared an Olympian. We spent countless hours there, playing from early afternoon to sunset, always having fun and strengthening unbreakable bonds. Bringing volleyball to high schools around Wake County and North Carolina would benefit hundreds of students around the state and increase the popularity of the sport. It has been proven time and time again how essential sports is and beneficial to high schoolers, especially recently as the demands and expectations for students to achieve have grown higher and higher, leading to lasting mental and physical health issues. Sports teach effective collaboration, time management skills, promote leadership, and increase students' well-being by providing exit for pent-up stress. There are many people around the county and state who would like to play volleyball seriously. We can see this by the number of participants in events like Volley Bros and Tiger Balls, events that have garnered like a few hundred players combined. Time and time again, it has been proven that the interest is there, but players are limited by the high barrier to entry set by expensive volleyball clubs. By lowering this barrier to entry, we can democratize access and increase the popularity of the sport, which makes it possible to foster talent that would be otherwise unseen. The infrastructure is in place to make sure this is possible at most schools, as girls volleyball takes place during the fall. School gyms are also not used during the spring while other sports take place, which means there's minimal additional effort required from an administration overhead perspective. I'm an avid volleyball player and would love to see this amazing sport become more popular in high schools around the county. Many people are invested in the success of boys volleyball, and so I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kiran Patel, and Kiran will be followed by, I believe it's Upperpreet Bajaj.
Good evening. My name is Kiran Patel, and I'm also speaking for Uma Kuncha, who goes to Enloe High School. I am currently a senior at Research Triangle High School and a resident of Wake County. Over the past year, I've had the privilege of being part of the Poe Center's Wake County Youth Empowerment Team. Before I begin, I would like to thank the Wake County Board of Education and Wake County Public School System for everything that they do for our education. Tonight, I'm here to urge the Wake County Public School Board to adopt a passive permission or opt-out policy for administering the Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance Survey, also known as the YRBS. The current active permission system presents significant challenges. For instance, teachers often share that some families fail to return forms simply because they're too busy, unaware, or unfamiliar with school procedures. As a result, many students miss the opportunity to voice their perspectives. Additionally, some teachers don't prioritize collecting the forms, leaving classrooms with minimal participation, sometimes as few as 1 or 2 students. Through my involvement in community initiatives, I've worked on assessing data, providing education to peers, and proposing policy recommendations based on data. Strong policies rely on accurate and comprehensive data, and understanding where we excel and where we fall short is crucial to continuously improving policies and programs that benefit students like me. Let's take vaping as an example. A national study revealed that 37% of high school seniors vaped or currently vape. This number has been increasing, and insights like this are critical for shaping effective policies. As a member of the Poe Youth Empowerment Team, I've spoken out against vaping and its impact on teens. Unfortunately, I've witnessed this issue firsthand, seeing many people vape all around me. The harmful effects of vaping are clear. Adolescents who vape are exposing their developing brains to nicotine and other harmful chemicals, putting themselves at risk. Yet here in Wake County, there is no comprehensive local data about vaping among middle and high schoolers. Without this information, we lack the tools to create targeted policies to address this problem. The YRBS survey provides a solution. By collecting anonymous and unbiased data, we can gain a clear understanding of the challenges students face, including vaping. This data would enable us to design policies and initiatives that truly meet the needs of Wake County students and allocate grant money to the proper places. As a high school student, I don't want to see any of my peers harmed by substance use. I'm confident that with the insights from the YRBS survey, we can work together to tackle this issue and protect our generation from exploitation by the tobacco industry. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aparpreet Bajaj, who will be followed by Jason Kwan.
Good evening. I want to thank you for letting me have the opportunity to talk here tonight. My name is Aparpreet Bajaj, and I am a junior at Panther Creek High School. And I'm here to advocate for adding men's volleyball as a program in Wake County schools. So I want to start off by saying that volleyball has been a great part of my life, and I believe it can provide the same sense of community, growth, and opportunity for many other students and athletes. I started playing volleyball just last year with my brother, and it completely transformed our relationship. It brought us closer together, and it taught me not just about the game, but about the value of teamwork and shared goals. This past summer, I spent countless hours on the court with my friends, and through the game, we grew closer as a group. So to me, volleyball is more than just a sport. It's a way to build connections, foster community, and create lasting friendships. A point brought up before was that no matter what, we will always find a way to play volleyball. And I participated in this by playing at Rex and playing at open gyms at the YMCA. And something that I learned from that is how great the volleyball community is as a whole. No matter what race or ethnicity you are always welcome to play volleyball with anybody, and it's just such a good way to have fun with people without talking about anything else. Your mind is just on the game, and it's just a fun way to play volleyball. Recently, I joined a volleyball club, and I realized how much I love the game. Volleyball taught me the value of hard work, discipline, and perseverance. However, I noticed a barrier with that. Joining a club is expensive and very selective, which makes it difficult for many students to try and enjoy the game. With playing these open gyms and recs, it's more of a fun way of playing. It's not competitive. So the only way we can play competitively around here is by joining a club, which is very expensive. So currently at Wake County, it doesn't have a men's volleyball league as a program, which means students like me who want to play have very limited options. A school-based program would make volleyball more accessible, giving more students the chance to try the sport without the financial and logistical challenges of joining a club. I think it would also create greater ties to the school community, encouraging more students to get involved, explore their interests, and even develop new talents. I think it should be a great opportunity for students to actually join and be more a part of the school and join more school clubs and opportunities rather than joining something outside of school. This also I also just want to talk about how much it's helped me make friends and how much it's helped me become more social. I used to be a really shy kid before I started playing volleyball, and the more I played with open gyms and recs and clubs, I started talking to people more, opening up more, and just honestly being more social around people and having it making it easier to build conversations. I believe that men's volleyball can positively impact students by building friendships, leading teamwork, and promoting school spirit. By introducing it as a school program, we can open up the door for many young athletes who currently don't have the opportunity to play. That's all. Thank you for your time. I hope you consider how impactful adding men's volleyball to our schools would be for students like me and many others. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Jason, but Jason, before you go, I just want to ask, did I hear that Uma Kunche is she here to speak, or is she already gone? She already left. All right. So then following Jason will be Anvita Koneru. Thank you, Jason.
Good evening. My name is Jason Kwan, and I'm here today to advocate for the sanctioning of men's volleyball in Wake County, a decision that will not only meet a growing demand but also create opportunities for student athletes to thrive both on and off the court. To provide a statistical perspective, boys volleyball is the fastest growing high school sport in the nation. Here in North Carolina, participants have skyrocketed from 7 teams in 2020 to over 110 in the upcoming season in 2025, a growth of over 1,400%. Locally, events like Battle of the Bros and Powder Puff Volleyball have attracted hundreds of boys each year. These examples show passion and demand for men's volleyball within the Wake County. Sanctioning men's volleyball would do more than just add another sport. It would also open doors for countless young men. North Carolina has 7 universities actively recruiting men's volleyball players, many whom are picked up after just 1 or 2 years of high school experience. By not sanctioning the sport, we are denying these athletes the chance to compete for these scholarships, gain exposure, and use volleyball as a stepping stone to higher education. This initiative also makes sense from a practical perspective. Schools already have gyms, nets, and equipment. Many organizations have also stepped up to offer grants and resources, minimizing the startup costs. Wake County has the chance to lead the way in North Carolina by supporting this growing movement. The demand is clear and the resources are available, and the impact would be tremendous. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. So next up would be Anvita Konera, and following Anvita would be Pranav Gokul Krishnan.
Hi.
Hey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Anvita Conero. I'm a junior at Apex Friendship High School, and I'm here to provide a hopefully quick, fresh perspective from the female point of view on the issue of sanctioning boys volleyball in our schools. So right now, currently, we have girls flag football, we have girls basketball, we have girls soccer. And as a girl, I know very well how hard we fought to have that in our schools at this time period. And the fact that we have that opportunity to be able to play these sports that historically we haven't been able to play just means a lot. And I know for all the boys that are here today to speak on their own issues with wanting to play volleyball in our schools and not being able to, that it means a lot to them too, to be able to play these sports in our school and have that kind of support from the school district, from the school system, to be able to play these sports right now and be encouraged to pursue them later in their education. For example, in college, so many local colleges and universities offer men's volleyball as a sport for them to play, and it would be so helpful for their futures, especially because they're all showing interest right now. Also, I know we were all so hyped to see the men play at the Olympics, both for men's and women's volleyball. So I think it's a big part of people's lives right now, and I think it's something that we should genuinely consider sanctioning for our schools. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Next up is Pranav, who will be followed by Lev Marashevsky.
Hello, I'm Pranav Gokulakrishan. I'm a senior in Green Level, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Dhiren Chenapoli. I stand before you as a passionate member of the high school volleyball community to advocate for something we strongly believe in: bringing men's volleyball to Wake County school system. By bringing men's volleyball to the Wake County school system. Every week, most of us gather at community centers like the YMCA and Apex Rec Center to play volleyball for the sport we love. We all know that men's volleyball isn't as popular as other sports in the United States, like basketball, baseball, football, but internationally, it's a very popular sport. Many countries, men's volleyball is a staple to the high school system and the high school system. Why? Because schools and school districts provide robust support for the sport, which in turn fuels interest and participation. By giving opportunities to students, we increase students, and by giving opportunities to students, we increase the amount of people that play the sport. And instead of students looking for opportunities, we can provide them, and it'll be much bigger. Currently in Wake County and surrounding areas, there are few opportunities for males who want to play volleyball, especially at a high school level and a competitive level. A school-sponsored team would fill that gap by offering youth athletes a chance to learn, practice, and compete at a higher level. And without this opportunity, many students are left to find alternative ways to engage themselves with sports, which can be challenging due to the limited options available. Furthermore, the desire to start men's volleyball teams isn't limited to just our community. Other countries in the region are expressing similar interest, which presents as incredible opportunity for Wake County to be one of the first pioneers in this movement. By embracing men's volleyball at a high school level, we would not only be meeting the needs of current students, but also setting the stage for statewide expansion of the sport. In conclusion, we believe that Wake County involvement in men's volleyball would be a significant step towards the sport, and for students and for the community as a whole. We ask you to consider the passionate athletes who, like myself and those people over there, to give them a chance to represent their sport with their schools. Together, we can help bring the vision of life and lead the way for a new era of volleyball, men's volleyball in the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lev Marashevsky, who will be followed by Yasmin Guerrera.
Hello, Board. Thank you so much for hearing my public comment today. So, I'd like to start by reiterating something from earlier. North Carolina is the boys volleyball state. I was lucky enough to be part of the national championship team, Triangle Boys 16 Black, that was able to bring home the first ever AAU national championship, men's or women's volleyball, this past summer. So, not just me, but several other of my team members, they've been able to make the national team development program for boys volleyball, which is extraordinary in my opinion. One of our team members has even been able to make it on the U19 men's volleyball national team this past year, which again is extraordinary. I've seen that this has inspired many people around me to try out volleyball, especially at my school, Triangle Math and Science Academy. Many of my peers have decided they want to play club volleyball just like me, and they've come to the rude awakening that my season costs $7,000, not to mention the $15,000 that it costs for travel, there and back to each tournament. Altogether, $22,000. For the vast majority of people, that is totally and utterly unrealistic. I have tried to solve this problem for my peers by starting the first ever men's volleyball team at Triangle Math and Science Academy. Just about 2 years ago at this point, we were one of the founding members of the Central Carolina Conference, which Wake County is a part of. My team has been very successful, and I was very proud to be able to found this team. But what I have learned is mainly in the way of breaking through barriers and being able to do things that aren't normally expected. When I came to my athletic director at my school, I asked him, can we please have men's volleyball? He told me, we do not support men playing women's sports. I have broken through many barriers for my school to be able to play the sports, and I have been so incredibly proud to see so many other schools be able to adopt this sport over the past several years. I would be exhilarated to see men's volleyball be sanctioned not just in Wake County, but all over North Carolina, because there's already massive interest, as many have brought up. And I myself have seen myself grow as a leader significantly from being able to play men's volleyball. Not just breaking through barriers, but being able to manage a team, being able to communicate with adults, being able to work with money, organizing events. All of this is what comes with volleyball. And especially with starting volleyball, I believe that this will create a whole new generation of leaders within our state, which is, I believe, an extraordinary opportunity. Thank you so much for hearing my public comments.
Thank you, Larry. And so our next student speaker will be Yasmin Guerrera.
Good evening to all our board members present today. I would like to thank you for taking the time out of your day to listen to the voices of young advocates. My name is Yasmin Guerrera, and I'm a student enrolled at the Career and Technical Leadership Academy. To give you a background as to my purpose for why I stand here today, I would like to explain my role in advocacy. As of 2024, I recently joined a group called the North Carolina Youth Health Advisors. Through this group, I have been exposed to various forms of data and analysis regarding teen health and how we can better support and engage our youth in issues directly affecting them. It is no doubt that high school and even middle school can be some of the most rigorous and demanding phases of change in an individual's life. However, amidst vast problems that continuously affect teens, like mental health, lack of sleep, substance abuse, or gun control, there are various powerful tools that implement open conversation and policy to combat these issues, like the YRBS surveys or the Youth Health Risk Surveillance surveys. Therefore, I'm advocating that Wake County Public School Board implement passive permission or opt-out policy to administer the Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance surveys. Over the course of my 11 years in the public education system, there has been deep stigma regarding teen health that directly and seriously attributes to the lack of open conversation. In 2022, 18.5% of students in North Carolina seriously considered suicide, and 9.5% of students attempted to commit suicide. By the implementation of the YRBS surveys and passive permission or opt-out policy to administer these surveys, we can not only maximize an accurate representation of the matters that are affecting students, but we can also identify which students are being affected the most and how we can help these students not only understand that these struggles are not a defeat, but that there are people who are willing to help them and support and foster their needs for growth. In our society, it is necessary that the future leaders of tomorrow have the foundation necessary to rise to this occasion. And we can only do that with your support. Therefore, I urge you to approve and support the YRBS surveys in Wake County. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Guerrera. So at this point, I just want to confirm, I believe that is the end of our student speaker list. Are there any other speakers, students that signed up that might have signed up not on the student list? Sir, can you stand and tell me your name? All right. Ms. Luton? Can you confirm whether he's on the list or if he's not on the list? All right. So again, I appreciate you coming out, but we do have to follow the rules that we've set for everybody. So at this point, that will conclude the student portion of our board comment, or sorry, the student portion of our public comments. What we'll do now is we'll take a 15-minute recess and come back at 7:50, where we will start on our regular board agenda. Anyone else signed up for public comment? Those comments can still be made, but they'll be made at the conclusion of our action agenda. All right? We'll stand in recess. All right, everybody. We will conclude our recess and get started again. Thank you. Again, we had over 24 students coming out to speak tonight on a variety of issues, and so we really appreciate them coming and sharing their time and their thoughts on matters before the school board. Our next item on the agenda would be comments from our superintendent, Dr. Robert Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't have any new updates or celebrations to share with you since we just met last Tuesday, but I do have a couple of comments that I want to share. First of all, I do want to express my gratitude to the board for the work that you do. I can tell you that since I was hired last year, I've received tremendous support from each of you in this position. More importantly, I'm inspired by your passionate advocacy for your constituents and for the greater good of Wake County. The students and the parents really do benefit from that. We've had vigorous discussions on many important issues affecting thousands of people. There are inevitably differences of opinions. You all will have that, but it is abundantly clear that each and every one of you has the best interest of students and families at heart, and that is something that we definitely appreciate. And I can tell you that as superintendent, I could not ask for more in terms of a supportive board that is thoughtful and engaged and dedicated to the work of improving students' stations in school. I can tell you that I appreciate how you all value my knowledge, but you also have the patience to allow me to fully learn this district and know and understand the things that are going to be necessary to make systemic change. And so I do appreciate that support. And with that, I just want to add a couple of comments on Mrs. Johnson-Hostler. I know she's not looking for that attention, but you know I was going to use this time for that. And so as we know, that she did, but she may decide to give something to the chair before she leaves. But Mrs. Johnson-Hostler served the students and families of Wake County as a school board member since she was first elected in 2013 to represent District 2. At that time, she was just the third African American to serve on the school board. She has been an active and thoughtful member of this board ever since, including serving 2 years as the chair. Those of us who have served with her are not surprised that she successfully won election to the North Carolina House of Representatives, which will now benefit from her experience, wisdom, and exceptional leadership. So we know she's a lifelong advocate and policy leader. And I just got to tell you that it has been my pleasure to know you, even though it's been a short time. You put a tremendous amount of confidence in me, and I want you to know that means the world to both me and my family. And I can't say enough about the leadership that you provided to this board that has been evident by everyone that is here in terms of how they've been able to look at you, know and understand that the biggest thing that you bring is being able to advocate for what you believe in, but also focusing on what is the business of the board and knowing that tough decisions have to be made. And so with that, I just want to thank you for everything that you've done for this district, and we expect great things out of you in the General Assembly. Mr. Chair, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. So I think there'll be a lot of that. People asking, like, WWMT. What would Monica think? I will say a couple of things. It was good to see so many students here tonight speaking up and advocating, and we had some fabulous speakers. You know, I know this is a topic we've heard about both the previous week about the survey, and then a few months ago talking about boys volleyball. And you know, I guess we don't get a chance in public comment to really engage and ask questions and have Q&A. But this is something that I support and have supported when they've brought it up before. It's just that it's not something the school board. We don't vote on. We don't have a decision. Hey, we're going to have the sport. We're not going to have the sport. But as best that I think we can discuss it publicly, talk about the benefits, and lend our support to it. I think it's a good thing. Now, I will also say there are additional challenges that we've identified when we first started talking about this. The logistics aren't always as simple as, well, we have a girls coach, so they can just coach the boys, right? Sometimes, depending on when the seasons are, that coach might be coaching another sport, right? Sometimes we have questions of, how many adults in the building do we have after hours, and if the coaches, the athletic directors, if the trainers are outside with an outdoor sport, are they available inside when they're needed? I don't bring these up to say these are reasons not to pursue it, just that these are obstacles, so when we try to figure out how we pursue it, we can identify the challenges and come up with a good strategy for overcoming it. I think it's a great sport. You've heard some of the inspirational stories. I think it would be great in our schools. We heard from our presentation earlier today talking about academics, and it's just a point that I keep coming back to. Academic success, academic proficiency is our most important goal, but how many children do we miss out on instruction because they're not present or they're not engaged? And when we look at chronic absenteeism in the school, we look at reasons why people drop out. That engagement is very important. Finding what it is that's passionate, that gets you up out of bed before dawn on some days to catch that early bus to get to school and to slog through all the hard work, particularly in our high schools, that those students have. If it is getting to see your teammates, if it is going through that activity, or if it's a club, or if it's anything else, that's a powerful motivator. And you really do, if we're preparing students for life, not just for end-of-year tests, it is an important duty. And I know, as I've said before, all of these things do cost money. And we're going to hear an information item about our budget situation. But as we set priorities, it's important to consider all of these programs and programs like this. And if it's something that we do value and we think has value, is there some way that we can find, just like we found with flag football, some sort of path forward? I wanted to acknowledge and address those students who came and did all the organizing and stayed so late. And I know we have additional speakers tonight, also still here, so that really shows some dedication, and we're glad to have you here. But I'd have to end my comments on kind of a bittersweet note. I think some of you might have heard this weekend that we lost somebody. This was a friend and a neighbor of mine, someone who's very passionate about public education, who's come out here, braved all of us at the big imposing board table, and then people in the audience to give public comment about public education. And that was Miss Weta Watson. Weta, if you know her, was a retired educator from Alabama who moved to this area. She'd done work, I believe, with NCDPI, had an incredible post-career involvement in the community, doing volunteer work both as a public education advocate, but also working as a board member for Raleigh Organizing Against Racism, and work for the Raleigh Reparative Justice Resolution, work with the League of Women Voters, additional time volunteered for the Interfaith Creation Care of the Triangle. Weta had things that were very important to her and her sense of values, and she just jumped in with both feet, giving her time, her talents, her knowledge, and her expertise. And you don't have to agree with Weta on all the issues, but I think everybody should surely admire her dedication, her respect, all the hard work she put in. For me, it's also, I'm a little sad because if Weta was one of those people who, if there is such a thing, I think sometimes cared too much and put so much of her personal self into her advocacy that it was hard work and it could be a strain. And so, I want to honor her and her legacy and recognize her for all of her work. But I also just encourage everyone who's equally passionate about this work to, as Ms. Rice reminds us, take that time for self-care, for reflection, and to take care of themselves as well. We need all the Wetas we can get. And like I said, she was a neighbor, she was a friend, and I'm going to miss her. So thank you. So I would go to our vice chair, but our vice chair is not here, and our previous vice chair is no longer vice chair. So I'm going to go around the table this way to Ms. Mahaffey.
In the interest of time, I have no comments tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. Ms. Edmonds.
I have two very quick things. So today I went to the Wake Up and Read celebration. I think they started in 2012, and so they were just providing a community update on their work and their accomplishments. And it was a call to action for us to get involved and volunteer. And I didn't say this at the event, but in my mind I was thinking, because they were talking about all these volunteer opportunities, and I know that when I went to volunteer with them, I think it was in 2023, the volunteer process to sign up was a little clunky. And so today they had us scan a QR code to sign up to volunteer. It is so much better. It is vastly improved. So I made a commitment as an elected official, along with Susan Evans, who's one of our county commissioners, to do a better job of using my platform to advocate for Wake Up and Read and share their information out in the community, and I invite you all to do that with me. It was a great event, and I was glad to be there. And the only other thing I have is another reminder for the District 5 BAC is on Monday night at Athens Drive High School at 5:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. Dr. Ng.
Good evening. I'll keep it short today, but I recently watched Wicked, the movie, and in their terms, I'm kind of speechified out, but the people who gave public comment today on the boys volleyball, it was very inspiring. The eloquence that they spoke with, and the effects on their personal health and mental health was very moving. I strongly support their efforts, and I really think that for them to come out here to advocate for themselves, it's really admirable. On a different note, I am looking forward to going to Northway College and Career Academy on December 12th. I just got the invitation today. Their AP Government and Politics class is presenting their political action plans project. So I'm looking forward to hearing from them and seeing what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ng. Mr. Hershey.
I've got a few comments real quick. I want to just address a little bit of the athletics. This is related to volleyball. I think it would be helpful if we had, or if we were given a kind of grand vision of where we want to go with athletics for the county, because we have some issues. I believe all of our schools only get an athletic director, so there's no assistant AD unless the school pays for it. A lot of our high schools, and I think our middle schools now, are paying out of their funds for their fields, which is problematic, and I am hearing about it. And so I'm getting to the point of we are really stretching our staff when it comes to athletics very thin, and that does not mean I'm a yes or no. I'm just pointing out some of the problems that we need to have as a conversation about athletics. Our county, we have 2 people for county athletics overall, and that's a lot of work. So whenever, I don't worry about officials for men's volleyball, boys volleyball, but there are other aspects to it as far as just needing more staff than to be at a variety of places. And it's not as simple as, I'm all pro sports, everybody knows that, but it's not as simple as let's start this sport and not address these other issues. So I think an overarching long-term plan would be fantastic, and perhaps being able to provide our athletic department with another staff member or 2. Generally, at the bigger counties throughout the country, they have a little bit more as far as resources go, not money resources, but people resources. I was anticipating bringing this up next time I spoke to Dr. Taylor, but since it presented itself, I figured I'd just bring it up now. And then what else? Oh, there was another topic that came up. two things. One, they talked, the people with the letters talked a lot about data, and I just, about a year ago, we kind of had a discussion about, it made me think about our student database, and we have to get some traction there and have a, hey, when is it coming? Because they talked about data, and they brought up the point, it's easier and more effective to operate with data, and I know we need that. I know our academics department needs that. I know our principals need that, so I'd love to get more of that, find out where we are in that. And in fact, I took Ms. Johnson-Hostler's advice in that meeting, and we had a good, she would bring something up, and then I'd say, when are we doing it? So I will miss that. And the last thing is, we had some bus drivers here, and I think this is something that we really need to discuss, take a look at. You know, we saw what's going on in Durham. It scares me always that we're going to lose bus drivers, but we're having some behavior issues. We need to make sure our area managers are dealing with it. Some other concerns. I think it's definitely something that conversations need to happen, and we need to take some action. And if their kids are a repeated problem and they're causing a disruption and it's causing us to lose drivers, then we have to have parent involvement there, guardian involvement, and they got to get a ride to school somewhere else, because we can't be losing our bus drivers. So I wanted to make sure I gave support to them, because a few of them were here, and we're going to come up and speak about that later on. That concludes my board comments.
Thank you, Mr. Hershey. Ms. Rice.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to make this quick so we can move forward. I just want to say thank you, Ms. Johnson-Hostler. That's all I'm going to say. And then I do want to tell District 4, thank you for electing me to serve as your Board of Education member. I'm excited about our future plans to empowering education and elevating communities. I do want to thank everyone that attended our District 4 BAC meeting last night. We had the most engaging time around special education services and families receiving information that they did not know. I tell you, Dr. Stacy Wilson-Norman's team in Student Support Services that presented did an outstanding job of answering questions and being able to be attentive to what parents need and giving us effective information to be able to support. And so I will talk about tonight, which we had a whole bunch of social gatherings tonight. And so our 8 dimensions of wellness focus tonight will be on social wellness. So what we can do is foster meaningful connections by creating regular opportunities for staff, students, and families to engage in open dialogue and collaborative activities such as community building circles, peer mentoring programs, and inclusive events. These initiatives build trust, promote empathy, and strengthen the school. It also aligns with my commitment to education, equity, and community empowerment, ensuring all voices are valued so that every day we can have a positive and productive day.
Thank you. Well, next we'll go to Ms. Caulfield.
Thank you. So I really wasn't going to say anything today, but we had such a overwhelming public speaking, so it just gave me a lot of thoughts. So first I want to say wow. I just wanted to say thank you to all the students for coming out today. I would have never done that as a high school student, and it's brave to come up here and speak before everyone. It's fantastic to see them all come out here, speak up, and advocate for themselves. Last month, I think it was last month, the students came out to speak about the NICA Club, a biking organization, and I think it was great to see our students organize, come together, and communicate. The words that was used quite often. Oftentimes we think about education as ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, but these students remind us that education is so much more, and life skills and things that were mentioned here before us today. These are the things that keep our kids engaged both in and out of the classroom, and they directly affect their well-being in education. I'm hearing some amazing points and words to describe what brought them here to us today. And I'm going to repeat them because they all deserve being repeated. I heard opportunities, communication, time management, discipline, breaking through barriers, personal growth, leadership, resilience, passion, unity, team, playing as a group, advocacy, community, physical activity, and health, friendships, hours of practice, weeks of playing. This is everything that we want to teach our children, and I am proud of them. Each one of them came up here and had a ton of things to say. I would love to see this initiative move forward to find ways to open these opportunities for both boys volleyballs and the NICA bicycling clubs. And it's great to see our students take a stand in what they believe in. Also wanted to ask if there was a way for us to have a committee meeting or something, some other kind of meeting to discuss the athletics department, the points that were raised, and discuss some of these details so we could understand it better. And I would love to see more opportunities of how we can open the doors for these children to do these things rather than saying why we can't. I'm sorry that our bus drivers needed to leave today, and I do hope that they do come back and share with us today when it's not such a robust evening. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Caulfield. And so one of the things that I learned as chair, I learned from Ms. Mahaffey, is that Ms. Johnson-Hostler always prefers to have the final word. And so, Ms. Johnson-Hostler, the floor is yours.
I certainly will be brief. I've said the things that I need to say to each of you and everyone who's contributed to my 11-year tenure on the board. But I would be remiss, in true fashion of Monica, is my values are always what they are, so I have to speak into our athletics. Again, several of you have already been parceled off things that you're supposed to hold in my absence, so Mr. Hershey knows, and please join and support him, that athletics will be the place. I'm a strong believer as a wife of a coach and an educator, way before I even thought about a school board, when he began teaching in the 90s, the one thing that and he taught at an alternative school, and the one thing that he said to me is schools miss the boat when they don't invest in extracurricular activities for students, because it is the one place where we have the opportunity to equalize opportunity, because it's low to no cost. In the 90s, that was really easy to say. Today, students are training by 6th grade to make the cut on their teams. We no longer can create the equalizer, but we can create a place where all students, regardless of their choice of sport or ability, but we can create the place where they can belong to their schools. And belonging is an important protective factor to keeping our kids in school. So I will end on that note.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Hostler. So that concludes our comment portion. We have an important information item next. This is a finance item. This is a discussion that we began at our work session last week. But in order to give it the time and attention, we moved it to this week. So I think David Nieder or Terry Kimsey, if you will be presenting, we will let you pick up at whatever point you think is appropriate.
And Superintendent Taylor, it seems like after what's been a relatively joyous board meeting with many celebrations, Terry and I come, she and I will come bearing some updates on our budget, which also brings some challenges. And I would defer, I'd be glad to briefly go through the slides that we shared at the beginning of our work during the work session, or I can pick up where we left off, whatever the board's preference is.
I would say there was a lot of information that was covered that I hate for us to lose, but I'm aware of the time and where we are. So is there a way you could
paraphrase
and
yes.
then pick up in
yes.
more depth where you left off?
Absolutely. So again, just the backdrop. In your actual budget document for the current year, we listed out, I think it was 2.5 pages of potential risks. Things that could happen, aren't guaranteed to happen, but if they do happen, are going to put pressure on our budget. The reason we generally list them as potential risks rather than actually take action is that would just put even more pressure on the budget and balancing a current year budget that may not be needed, and there are naturally enough pressures. So With that said, as we've looked at that list, most of the items on that list have now come to fruition. The first being in the area of child nutrition, and again, I'm not going to go through this in detail, but child nutrition has to maintain a 2-month operating, it's kind of a fund balance. And if they drop below that, the district cannot charge indirect costs against the program. We don't know, and that's based upon a June 30 audit. When we're developing a budget that has to go to the commissioners in May, we don't know that. We were concerned about it. The audit did show they dropped below that 2% level, so there is a $3 million source of general local revenues in the current year budget that will not be realized. Bottom line, a $3 million funding gap we've got to reconcile. And again, just very briefly, how do we drop below that 2-month threshold? It's not been anything that's been overnight, but over time, labor costs, the cost that we pay our child nutrition workers, have been going up significantly, and that's the good news, because they were being paid some $11.58 an hour back in 2018-19. We now got the minimum up to $17.75. The other large driver is food costs. Those have gone up significantly. Our meal prices and the small subsidy we get from the federal government for fully paid meals have not gone up along the same lines. That's what has slowly brought this down. If we keep in the direction, not only will we not have a 2-month surplus, but we'll have a deficit. And why this was masked for a period of time was during the pandemic, we received full federal reimbursements for all meals, and then even post those full reimbursements, received partial reimbursements much bigger than the one you see on the screen. So before we go on to the next item, we have 2 things here. One, in the current year, a $3 million budget shortfall to address. And then second, perhaps less in our face, but still something to look at. And I've done a little research. It's not a unique issue with Wake County Public Schools. It's a trend across the country. As post-pandemic, districts have increased wages to recruit and retain workers, and food prices or food costs, which are out of our control, as well as other forms of inflation, have been rapid, but some decisions will have to be made separate from the current year budget. The next area, we have an estimated just under $700,000 shortfall in available funds to conduct criminal background checks. These checks are done for all prospective employees and for all volunteers. We had a similar shortfall last year. The way we covered that shortfall a year ago was by identifying special project funds in our unassigned fund balance to set aside for that. This year, though, as of June 30th, our unassigned fund balance is below a 6% threshold that would, well, not by board policy, but by practical fiscal management, would suggest we shouldn't set aside certain amounts of those funds to cover budget shortfalls. They should truly be reserved for emergencies. We have another $700,000 shortfall here. Charter school expenditures, and I think this is where maybe we made the decision to defer till tonight. Our initial invoicing from the charters, and we receive monthly invoices from the charters, indicates that the amount of funding that we have budgeted for the current year will likely be short of the amount of the charters, and that's based upon the number of charter students in relation to the number of Wake County students. Our current estimate, and we're still relatively early in the year, so this is really kind of one of those estimates that could move is we're about $1.3 million short. That will require identifying $1.3 million of local funding in order to pay the charters, and it possibly less, possibly more. This next one is kind of a good news, bad news thing. The good news, even though in some areas we still have much higher than desired vacancy rates for positions, as a district overall, our vacancy rates have dropped year over year. Currently, they're right under 7%, 6.8%. 1 year ago, and I think these were as of October, last year and October this year, that's down from 8.4%. So that's a significant reduction. That's the good news. We have more people filling positions. The challenge that comes along with it, those are fewer salaries that we have lapsing, and lapsed salaries are one of the forms that can generate current savings for us. And these next two bullets were just to give a sense of what the cost to the district is, or I should say the investment of the district in staff is, because I think sometimes we just look at an hourly rate or a starting salary for a teacher. We don't really think about the benefits and the other things that the district has to invest to not to recruit, but to bring that person in and pay them. So that entry-level hourly worker at $17.75, if they were a 12-month employee with their full benefits, is $57,000 a year. And that A0 teacher, bachelor degree teacher on step 0, entry level, salary and benefits, $72,000 a year, right around there. So again, the reduction in lapsed salaries is one thing, removing potential savings from the year. There's another thing that is putting pressure on not being able to generate current year savings. And it's, again, another area that is reducing the amount of potential for lapsed salaries. We as a district, early on in the Restart program, made the decision, it's not a requirement, to allow Restart schools to access their lapsed salaries to reinvest back in to their schools for their success. Prior to that, those lapsed salaries would have come back to the district, gone into what you've heard of as an over-under account, where savings can accumulate, and then any savings can be used to offset unbudgeted, unanticipated things, like some of the things you've heard me speak of tonight. But we've now grown to 40 Restart schools with access to those lapsed salaries, and that's up from 34 last year. So this has been a building theme as well. Couple more. Utilities. And utilities is an area where we don't get our final utility bills for a prior fiscal year until well into the next fiscal year. But based on this past fiscal year, the utility bills for last year were $2.5 million higher than what we have in the current year budget. Now, utility bills can fluctuate, depends on how cold the winters are, how warm the summers are, but this is likely a shortfall, again, that we'll need to identify in the budget. I'm going to ask Ms. Kimsey to come up and speak about this next one, because this is, as you'll recall, a new way that the state is funding us, and it's having implications.
So I think we've discussed before the fact that the state is funding us in arrears now, meaning that we start the year with a budget that's more aligned to last year's student count and where we ended the year with the state budget. Now that the legislature has overridden the governor's veto of House Bill 50, one good thing in House Bill 50 would be that there is some money in there for student growth. So we were not expecting the state to be able to give us any funds for student growth. Now they are working on the calculations to provide some dollars to us since our numbers have grown. We don't know how much we will get or if we'll get have estimated. Our day 20 actual student count that we use to distribute resources to our schools, not an average daily membership, but we use a specific count on a specific day, was 161,746. So that was higher than our second month average daily membership and higher than what the state used and what we used in the board's budget. So it's just another reason that we have a very tight budget right now. And so soon we'll know how much the state will be able to provide, which should alleviate a little bit of the shortage on this one.
And to follow up on what Ms. Kimsey just covered, a lot of times we say, well, Wake represents about 10% of the student population of the state. So if there's budget to be distributed across the state, we might assume about 10%. This is not one of those examples because this is done on a actual student count versus projected. And so that 10% threshold, I do not believe applies here. And then the only other thing I want to remind the board, this change to funding in arrears takes away something that in more years than not also provided us the opportunity to create savings in our local budget at the beginning of the year. Because under the prior practice, the state would project their student count. They would fund us based on that projected student count. And if our average daily numbers came in less than that, they didn't take back all those funds they gave us. They only took back half of those funds, which created an automatic source of savings as well. Funding in arrears has taken that off the table. So, there are no current year savings available to fund these unbudgeted items you've seen on the prior screens, and staff does not foresee any meaningful savings accumulating near term. The former sources of current year savings are simply not in place, primarily based upon reductions to lap salaries and changes to the state funding protocols. And as I mentioned briefly, the fund balance, unassigned fund balance, has dropped below the 6% threshold as of June 30th. And as a result of that, and this was anticipated, we do not have funds or would not recommend using funds to assign towards a special projects reserve at this time. So next steps. We are required by law to maintain a balanced budget where revenues must equal expenditures. Current year savings are not available. We don't recommend, as I said, using unassigned fund balance. Unbudgeted funding needs will simply have to come out of repurposing current year budgets. We are working through a number of different scenarios, and those of you, many of you have been with us long enough to know that either during the Great Recession or at the onset of the pandemic, prior to the federal relief funds coming into place, we had to work through some similar scenarios. We're not prepared to share those with you tonight, but we will be coming back to you with our recommendations for how to address these shortfalls. We are fortunate we've got over $2 billion budget, but that budget is all invested in important things. So our recommendations will have impact, but we'll do everything we can to mitigate that impact against our core business. And with that, and I know this is an information item, and I know the hour is late, but we would be glad if you choose to ask any questions.
Thank you, David. I appreciate it. We thought it was important to bring this back up to the board to help level set. This is important information as we go into our retreat. It's information if we continue to have more board input in developing our budget. So kind of knowing where we are today in the first week of December will help us project out. So knowing that a lot of these numbers are still in flux, we might not have specific answers, but if you have questions about process or projections for Ms. Kimsey or Mr. Nieder, we can answer those at this time, or we can ask them at this time. We'll see if we have answers. Mr. Hershey.
Just for awareness, and Mr. Nieder knows this, I've asked for how much we would receive if funding was based on enrollment versus what it is, so people can have a better understanding of, we would not have a shortfall in all likelihood in any area if it was funded by enrollment. I mean, it's costing us probably $10 to $12 million minimum just this year in funds we would get, unless I'm way off. But
Yes.
I'm going to let you bring the data back to kind of show us and to educate some of our constituents so they can get a picture of why it's funded this way.
And if I could just maybe share a little more about the issue that you're bringing to light. When the state funds us, it's based on that average daily membership. And this year it was the higher either month 1 or month 2. Is that correct? But on any given day, our membership, actual membership, is fluctuating. Frequently through the year, it can go up, especially as well into the year some charter students return. But we're funded by the Department of Public Instruction based upon that number. So a very simplistic way to look at it would be to say, if our numbers throughout the year on average were X, not at the beginning of the year, and that X was significantly higher than what we got funded, you could take the per pupil funding of state funding we get and multiply it by that differential in student count and get a rough estimate. It's interesting that the charters receive their local revenues in a manner where it's based upon their actual membership. We get a monthly invoice from each charter school where they provide a roster to us of the students that attended that month, and we pay them a per student amount for the number of students in place. But yes, we are going to pull some information for you. In fact, we've already begun.
Thank you, Mr. Hershey. Are there other questions? I mean, I just have an observation. I think I have a takeaway, but I'd like to confirm it with you. I mean, it sounds like some of these higher expenses that we do have are things like inflationary costs, costs of meals, costs of paying fair wages, et cetera. But some of these things are actually indicators of good news. If we've been able to fill vacancies, well, we have to pay the people filling those vacancies, and so that's going to cost more. If we're interviewing more people for our bus driver positions, for our instructional assistant positions, we have to do more background checks, right? It's not necessarily that everything is a higher cost, but some of it is getting back to the level that we want to be to fully serve our students is just requiring more money. Is that?
I think that's a very fair takeaway, and looking at there's good news within the challenges, as you pointed out. And just that we've been able to take our lowest paid employees, our bus drivers, our child nutrition workers, our other graded positions in the lower grades, and bring them from mid-$11 up to almost $18 in such a relatively short period of time. That's wonderful news, and it has improved our capacity to compete.
Thank you. And I'll just say at this time, and Ms. Evans, I see your hand, and Ms. Caulfield, one of the things that I'd like to do now going into this year is it sounds like we will have more, the need for more deliberation on budget options. And so I do plan to bring back the budget committee, and it will be work to squeeze another committee into our schedules, but I think it'll be important so that we can ask all the questions and really vet the pros and cons, see what the superintendent is able to bring and what his vision is, and then to respond to other challenges. You know, this doesn't operate in, this isn't a still picture, right? It's a moving picture. And so what the state government does, what the federal government does, could continue to influence these numbers in this situation as well. What the labor market does, what the job market and food prices, all of these things will affect these numbers. So I just want to encourage board members, if you have interest in serving on that committee, to let me know. And Mr. Nieder, I appreciate you bringing this back. I know you'd only intended to present this in work session, but I think it was good for the public also to get this information and sort of give some notice about the challenges ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I believe we'll also be bringing back some budget discussion at your upcoming board retreat in a couple weeks
Thank
as well, including looking forward to next year's budget.
I appreciate that. I have Ms. Edmonds, and then I have Ms. Caulfield.
I just wanted to tack on a third good news item to your list, and that's it looks like we have more students than we anticipated, and that's great news. So,
Excellent point. Ms. Caulfield?
Thank you. Excuse me, and thank you for the presentation. I know that there's a lot to know and uncover. We have a lot of changes and stuff. The budget coming up, and I think it's great to have the committee come back because there's just so many things to cover and talk about. So I look forward to that coming back. We have had some discussions about like getting pieces of the puzzle and trying to see how everything comes together as a whole. And it's not just the budget, but this is one of our most important jobs is the budget. A huge piece of the puzzle is actually understanding all the different facets. And I've asked numerous times for an organizational chart, and I really think that it's very important for us to understand all the money that we receive and all the money that is going out. And I just think it's a huge piece of the puzzle for us to understand how many people are working for us, where all money is going. We're talking about, vacancies, which is actually a great news that we have less vacancies. As we talk about our budget options, there's just so many different things that I'm seeing in here that it's still just pieces of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big piece of the puzzle, but there's still so much more. So I know I've asked for it. It's like a year and a half of me asking for it. So I would really love to see something that gives us a little bit more full picture of where all that's going. Because it sounds like we're, once again, we're having a struggle where we don't have enough money to do what we need to do.
So, Ms. Caulfield, what I'd like to say in response to that is that I think we have the puzzle, but maybe we need to change the perspective of how we see it. We've gotten a tremendous amount of financial data that's been presented about organizational charts, employees, our budget, our audit, but maybe a budget meeting that would sort of pull out personnel specifically and maybe just take a deeper dive into structure. I know at the retreat, one of the things that we planned on talking about was our market competitiveness survey and sort of seeing, are we right-sized for a district this size? Are there areas that are maybe too big, areas that are too small? And so that'll be a good place, I think, to start that discussion. And then maybe we can follow it up looking at some of these things. I think we've shared the numbers. I mean, I remember sitting in the meetings and receiving the information, but I also know that it comes to us in huge chunks.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe changing the perspective and zooming in might help give the perspective that you're looking for.
Well, maybe rewording it a little bit differently. One of the things that I learned when we went to the School Board Association, the conference, that, there were plenty of people there that were talking about when they performed the performance audits.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that kind of narrows down. I mean, we did the financial audit. I have no doubt that we're not putting our money where we're saying, where we're putting it. But the performance audit for some of them actually broke down some of the programs that they weren't using, some of the vacancies that were still in the budget, just finalizing. And we don't see any of that until we get that big, large book.
And there's
so
a lot
having
in that book.
Right, there is. And some of it is really more just in like categories rather than us even really knowing, well, what can we do about that?
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting a big, giant book to approve a big, giant budget, and some of it's very broad. So we don't really know. We won't have any suggestions. We won't have any, knowledge of what it is that we can and cannot do without having those discussions.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only thing that I'm
I
concerned
appreciate
about,
that.
because we keep seeing more and more, we don't have money for this, we don't have money for that.
So getting a closer look
A
is
closer
something you'd be
look
interested
at
in.
some of the things that we might want to make decisions about.
Okay. Ms. Rice?
I'd like to say, one, thank you for the data and information that you have been sharing. Yes, while that book may be thick, but I think that if we're forward-thinking people, We have to take the initiative as board members to do our due diligence and do our job and responsibility, which is take the time to look through the thick book, prepare for what we see currently, for projections of what we know is a possibility in the future, so we can be prepared. It's not an easy job, the same way it's not an easy job for you guys to put all of that together for us in that thick book. But what I do want us to remember, if I can just remind us, we are not like other districts. We are the largest district in the state. Other districts cannot compare to what we do. We would love for them to. We would love to collaborate. But every time that I hear Dr. Taylor trying to be innovative to make comparisons, he always has to look outside of the state of North Carolina to compare the things that we need to bring us back relevant information to a state or to a district that is not in the state of North Carolina. And I think we have to be mindful and be very thankful for the staff that we do have in our finance department and the knowledge that they have and what they bring to the table. And so I just want to encourage us as board members to dig a little deeper, find a little bit more time in our schedules to do the job that our constituents hired us to do, which is to look through the big, thick book and to break it down and to take a time, contact Mr. Nieder and Ms. Kimsley, who has been more than grateful and happy to sit down with us to explain things we don't know. They've done it for me so that I could better understand what I'm looking at, what I'm asking for, so that I can make the decisions at this table. And so I just want to share a different perspective, is that we have gotten the information. We have gotten the numbers. We just have to do the work of looking at the numbers and asking the questions and understanding what this tab means and what it goes to this and whatever we might need within those structures. Ask our financial team, where is this allocated to and what does that mean for us, so that then we come back with being able to make good decisions based off us doing the work. And so I just want to share a different perspective and say that in my expressed opinion, our staff has done the work. They have brought us the numbers. We just have to now do our part to make it a little bit better. So thank you for what you have done.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Mr. Nieder. We look forward to hearing from you again at the retreat. And again, if board members have specific issues or comments in anticipation of the retreat, please go ahead and submit them as soon as you can to Ms. Kimsey and to Mr. Nieder. We have some very specific things we want them to address, so it won't just all be on the budget, right? But hearing from you will help us prioritize what those topics will be. So thank you so much.
Chair Hagerty, I make a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
I appreciate that, Ms. Mahaffey. It's 8:50, and we're just now getting to the approval of the consent agenda. But your motion is well timed. It has been properly seconded by Mr. Hershey. All in favor of adoption of the items on the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So now we turn to our action agenda. We have 3 classes of items. We'll have some policy items. We'll have the discussion about the pending now District 2 board member vacancy, and then the item that we added about the school calendar. So we'll start off with policy. All of these were policies that have come out of our policy committee. Student teachers, substitute teachers, surveys of students. We heard from students speaking about that earlier today. And then finally, school safety. So we'll start with Dr. A.J. Mutillo. Assisted, as always, by Dr. Crane.
And I appreciate that. Good evening, everybody. In the interest of time, I'll try to keep remarks brief, but certainly if you have questions, we'll entertain them as well. Both of these policies, the substitute teacher policy and the student teacher policy, did go to policy committee twice. First time board had lots of feedback on both policies, so staff made revisions based on that feedback, brought it back to the November 28th policy committee meeting where the board was supportive of the revisions that we made. So the first policy tonight is 7430, substitute teachers for first reading. And tonight, we're requesting the board's approval of the first reading of policy 7430.
Chair
All right.
Hagerty, I make a motion that we approve this policy.
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Mahaffey. We have multiple seconds. I'll take Ms. Edmonds first, but Dr. Wing was a close second. So now that the motion has been properly moved and seconded, is there any discussion? Ms. Mahaffey?
Dr. Mutillo said it all, so I'm good.
All right, then. Are there any questions for Dr. Mutillo or any comments from members? All right, if we're ready for a vote, we have a motion to adopt our first board policy on the agenda, Board Policy 7431, Student Teachers on First Reading. All in favor of the policy signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Dr. Mutillo, it has passed, and we'll move to second reading. The next item on the agenda is Board Policy 7430 on substitute teachers.
Yeah, and this one is a migrated Wake County policy and would replace policy 3511 in the old manual if approved by the board. Most of the revisions around here really focused on the potential removal of a student teacher. If you remember, we wanted to make sure that was for performance or conduct only, done in accordance with the MOAs. And really also want to clarify that we do that very rarely. We realize these folks are student teachers. We want them in our classrooms learning and developing. So made some revisions to try to make that more clear in the policy. So tonight we are requesting the board's approval of the first reading of policy 7431 for student teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Mutillo.
Motion to approve on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Mahaffey to approve on first reading. We have a second from Ms. Edmonds. Are there any questions for Dr. Mutillo, or is there any discussion? Again, all of these items were received a good hearing in policy committee. Staff was able to answer many of the questions that came up. So if we're ready for a vote, all in favor of adoption of Board Policy 7430, substitute teachers on first reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it has passed on first reading as well, and we'll move to second reading. The last of the, well, actually, we have two more, but this is in a different category. Board Policy 4270, surveys of students, and we heard a lot from our students about this earlier tonight. So Dr. Crane, what can you tell us about this?
You did hear a lot from our students tonight, and tonight I am bringing to you Policy 4720, surveys of students for first reading. We did discuss this at the November 20th Policy Committee meeting, and these revisions are aligned with the North Carolina School Boards Association model policy, and they do reflect statute as it has been amended twice since it was initially approved as part of SB 49 and the Parents' Bill of Rights and following legislation there. Specifically, the revision is found in blue on page 2 of the policy and allows parents to opt out of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System, you've heard it referenced as YRBS, and the National Youth Tobacco Survey. Tonight we need to bring to you one additional revision because in the process we left one off. We initially included 2 named surveys, and there are actually 3 in the last amendment and change to the legislation. So we propose an additional revision to reflect the second and most recent edition of the North Carolina Youth Tobacco Survey. So the language will read, parents will be provided notice of the opportunity to opt out of any protected topic survey given as part of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System, National Youth Tobacco Survey, or the North Carolina Youth Tobacco Survey. This makes sure that all of the 3 of the named surveys that are in the statute are accurately represented in our policy. And with that, we request your approval on the first reading of 4720, surveys of students.
Chair Hagerty, I make a motion to approve this policy on first reading with the added changes that Dr. Crane suggested.
Second.
So we have a motion for adoption of the new policy with the changes described by Dr. Crane from Ms. Mahaffey, a second from Ms. Edmonds. Is there any discussion? Ms. Edmonds.
Just a quick question. So, Dr. Crane, I'm not picking on you, but I think you're saying 4720, and I want to clarify, is it 4720 or 4270? Because what I'm seeing in the précis is 4270.
I may have missed.
That's okay. Again, I'm not picking on you. Just is
To my knowledge, I'm
4270,
not
correct?
dyslexic, but
No.
my understanding of it is 4720.
The policy says 4720, the Précis says 4270. There
Yeah.
is a discrepancy. I believe the policy number is 4720.
Yes.
Okay.
My
So
apologies.
that's something, if it's correct on the draft, then there's no amendment necessary for the draft for first reading.
I'm good.
And we'll
Just
just
wanted-
clear that up.
Yep.
On the back end. I had noticed that same thing, Ms. Edmonds, so thank you for asking about that. Again, just some very brief comments. I think Dr. Crane has explained that the additional survey that we're listing here in policy is specifically listed as one permitted by state statute that can be asked through this method. So the same argumentation that we had in the policy committee for those other two surveys should hold for this one as well. And then also just want to commend again Ms. Mahaffey for bringing this policy on a timely basis, because this was one, in order to get the survey out and get the data back on time, we really did need to take immediate action on it. Ms. Mahaffey?
I just want to say this was, we heard from our student speakers talk about the advantages of having that data. Also the fact that we have a near $6 million Juul settlement that we will begin enacting different things on, and currently our only data that we have is students who are caught with vapes. They also told me about Zins, so we may need to update the policy again for our nicotine and tobacco products at some point.
It's a high-potency tobacco product, for those of you who haven't heard of Zyn.
Yes. And so just really recognizing that our student voices do matter in this district, and we do hear them, and whether we're able to enact on them or not, just the fact that students can come up here and feel encouraged to speak is huge. And so just thank you, Dr. Crane, for your quick turnaround on this, and Ms. Allen and Dr. Robinson. And also thank you for the short session, because I know Ms. Johnson-Hostler had a long list of things, and the long session got in the way.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. And I misspoke. I think I said high-potency tobacco product. For accuracy, high-potency nicotine product. Nicotine product. All right, then. So I think you've heard some enthusiastic endorsement of the new draft. Is there any final question, or any final questions, any final comments? If not, we'll take a vote on Board Policy 4720, Survey of Students on First Reading. All in favor of the policy, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Dr. Crane, the policy has passed on first reading, and we'll bring it back for second reading. So the final policy that we are considering tonight is Board Policy 1510, 4200, 7220, School Safety. Well, hold on a second. Let me double check. 7270. On school safety. Michelle Woodson had presented this in policy committee, and so we're here just to review it on first reading. So please go ahead, Ms. Woodson.
Thank you. Good evening. I am sharing policy 1510, 4200, 7270, school safety for first reading. This policy revision was discussed at the November 20 policy committee meeting, and we adopted when adopted, it will replace the current version of the policy. The revisions were recommended by the North Carolina School Boards Association and staff, and we incorporated multiple revisions recommended by the policy committee in November, including changes to all references to parents, changing that to parents/guardians to include that there throughout the policy, and notifying all parents as soon as possible rather than the words rather than as soon as practicable. In the first sentence of the first paragraph in numbered item 3 on page 6. So again, changing it to as soon as possible rather than practicable. Tonight, we also recommend a further recommendation to the second paragraph of that same numbered 3 on page 6. The revision we recommend provides greater clarity in multiple places. We propose that the paragraph read as follows. upon finding a credible threat of violence or other behaviors that may pose a danger to the safety or well-being of others, a threat assessment team, instead of may, will use the word shall, provide notice to individuals or, in the case of students or minors, their parents and guardians who are the subject of threatening behavior, unless the team determines, following internal deliberation with the approval of the superintendent or designee, that such notice is not needed to protect the safety of those individuals and may undermine an active investigation or otherwise impair safety and security. And with that revision, we request approval from the board for the first reading of policy 1510, 4200, 7270, school safety.
Thank you, Ms. Woodson. Mr. Hershey?
I forwarded you an email with the language change. Sent it earlier today.
Okay.
It's much easier to read than it is
It's
to
hard to hear,
listen. It's just
Okay, that would be the threat assessment
at
language for consideration.
12:53 p.m.
All right. Board members, you heard this was sent by Mr. Hershey at 12:53 p.m. for your awareness, policy 1510. Is that right? And then it has the language Ms. Woodson described. If you want, if you don't mind, just give everyone a few minutes just to
Absolutely.
read over it. We've heard it, but for those visual learners among us, it helps sometimes to be able to read it.
Chair Haggerty, for the purpose of any discussion that may pop up for this, I'll make a motion to approve with the amendments.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from Ms. Mahaffey to approve the policy with the amendments described by Ms. Woodson. We have a second from Mr. Hershey. So just give us a second. You'll find in the email that Mr. Hershey sent the same sort of formatting, the red lettering, the yellow lettering, or the blue lettering, and then the highlighted part is that what has been added since policy. Is that correct? Okay. All right, and then when you are satisfied, having read it and reviewed it, after having heard it from Ms. Woodson, just look up, and when I see all eyes, I'll know we can go on.
And this was reviewed by Neil Ramey in our office.
So council has had a chance to review those changes, and
Actually, I think he drafted it.
okay.
He
So that's a yes. All right. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the written language in addition to hearing Ms. Woodson's description? All right. Is there any discussion? Are there any questions? Dr. Ng?
So what's the time frame by which the internal deliberation will take place?
Ms. Woodson?
I don't know that we have specifically defined the time frame. We can add, if you want to think about a time frame in which that internal, I think it would depend honestly on the circumstance and what we were trying to assess, as we talked about in the policy committee meeting. Also, that this is kind of an individualized basis based on the needs of the student that we're potentially doing the threat assessment on, as well as what might be happening for that student personally at home, where it would be different depending on each student that we're investigating.
Satisfied, or do you have further comment?
I just think that, from the parents' perspective, I think it would be beneficial to know, why is there a delay, or why is there whatever the information that would need to come to the parents. So, I think it's reasonable to have a time frame to be expected.
So if I could, it's difficult to formulate a policy that contemplates every situation. And when you have issues of notice, those are crucial. But for example, consider a situation where there might be a threat assessment that needs to be assessed against a particular student, but we want to contact that student's parents first, but that student's parents aren't available. But we have an obligation to notify that student's parents first, but then you have another family whose child might be the potential subject of a threat. And then where in the line, how long do we delay notifying that second family while waiting to notify the first family? At some point, there's going to be a conflict between we must alert every parent of the child who's going to be assessed first, and then the notification, the delay in notification for the child who's actually threatened. And so I think it's hard to kind of come up with like a very specific metric that covers every situation, but I'm open to suggestions or other ideas or other wording. We'll go around. I just see a lot of hands. Mr. Hershey, then Ms. Mahaffey.
Just for awareness, I had asked for this change because we had discussed the may shall provision or wording, and I wanted to make sure I was respecting the reasons why we kept it as may by my colleagues who wanted to keep it as may. So that was why this change came about. I'm pretty happy with the language. I think it respects the points brought up by Ms. Rice and Chair Haggerty when we had the policy meeting. So I am personally happy with this and ready to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Hershey. Ms. Mahaffey?
I see the changes and I understand the reasons why for them, and this is a policy that is being made in response to legislative changes. And so what I would want to know is maybe in a year's time, how has this been working? What are the pros? What are the cons? What are the challenges? And then we can, if need be, reassess this policy based on data and information that we have from these threat assessment teams, rather than trying to hypothesize every scenario before we know the actual data.
I think that's a fantastic suggestion. Again, the challenge is getting one policy that can cover as many possible situations, and that's not to say one is more dire than another, right? So I think bringing it back and then getting feedback from administrators who've had to implement it, from advocates on either sides of the different issues, would be very helpful. So I'd like, if we could direct staff to be prepared to do that.
Absolutely,
Come
absolutely.
back
We will
next
be
fall.
creating a report for the Department of Instruction regardless and sharing with you, so I think that's a great opportunity for that.
Thank you. Ms. Rice?
Yeah, I probably don't need to belabor the point, but I think our language that the attorneys have drafted with putting shall in there specifically lets us know that it needs to be at some immediate point. So it's not something that they can draw out or forget. I think that they'll see that is something that needs to have a quick turnaround time on. And if necessary, later, maybe an RMP if the data shows that they need a little bit more guidance around it.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. And I agree. I had questions about this language from the other side, which was, we want to make sure there is the allowance for those other protections, for that other due diligence. And I think this does a good job of striking that balance to protect both priorities. Ms. Edmonds?
If I can ask Ms. Mahaffey, we had the motion and a second on the new language that Mr. Hershey had sent to us. Is your intent to vote down that?
No.
Or to allow it
To allow this to pass, and then in a year's
Okay.
time, have a work session where Ms.
Yep.
Woodson and her team can share the actuality of this.
The implementation,
Okay.
for sure.
Thank you.
All right. I want to make sure everyone's questions have been asked, because I know we had good discussion on this, and I think all these concerns are valid. Everyone? All right. Well, at that point in time, at this point in time, then, we have a motion and a second. So I'd like to call a vote. All members in favor of Board Policy 1510, 4200, 7270 as currently drafted, and as described herein, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you, Ms. Whitson. The revised policy has passed on first reading, and we'll see it on second reading.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have the next agenda item is the discussion to fill the District 2 board vacancy. And Ms. Johnson-Hostler has already let me know that she is recusing herself from this item. So when we're done, we have to remember to text her so she knows to come back. So if you will give me just a moment, we're almost at the end of our agenda, but I need to juggle some documents and pull this up. So if you remember our work session last week, we discussed the timeline for the District 2 vacancy. I thought we got great suggestions, incorporated advice from Ms. Allen. We had, suggested language from different board members. And so I think we've got a plan. And now that we have received Ms. Johnson-Hostler's official notice of her resignation effective December 31st of this year, we will be empowered to move ahead to give public notice of the impending vacancy, advertise for candidates who are interested in filling the vacancy, and then proceed with our process. Not every now we can't answer every question tonight because, for example, we don't know how many candidates may apply. So if we have one candidate versus 20 candidates, hopefully somewhere in between, but that could definitely affect how many interviews we need if we need to look at the process. I was going to go on, but Ms. Mahaffey, did you have a? No, I was going to make a motion. Okay, go right ahead.
Chair Haggerty, I make a motion that we approve the timeline and vacancy notice for the District 2 Board of Education vacancy, and with deep regret for the departure of Ms. Johnson-Hostler and deep gratitude for Ms. Allen for having to do this work.
Second.
We have a motion from Ms. Mahaffey and a second from Ms. Rice. So everyone should see the documents updated based on your input at the board meeting. The only thing there, again, that we have is to confirm the interview schedule on Tuesday, January 7th. I'll point out that's when we will know how many people have applied, and we can finalize or firm up those details on that date. But everything else should be in here as described. Are there any questions, or is there any comment or anything else around this? Again, our goal is to get this out as soon as possible, but knowing that we will have an extended process because of the holidays to fill the vacancy. All right. Well, we have a motion on the table. It's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor of adopting the timeline for the District 2 vacancy and publication of the District 2 vacancy announcement, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Those pass. So now, if anyone would volunteer to retrieve our senior member, then we will move on to the final item on our action agenda before resuming public comment, and that is the update on the 2024-2025 instructional calendar. Board members, if you had opened up Assembly before our amended agenda, you may not have seen this, but if you refresh, there is a presentation that has been put together by staff that Mr. Carrozza will present upon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So the board has requested that staff bring a change to the 2024-2025 instructional calendar for traditional calendar schools only. The request has been made to make January 3rd, 2025 a teacher workday. According to General Statute 115C-84.2, it requires that we have a minimum of 185 days of instruction or 1,025 hours of, or 185 days or 1,025 hours of instruction. Our current calendar has 177 days, which equals 1,062 hours of instruction. So for those who do math quickly, we have 37 hours of instruction banked, is what we call it, which equates to over 6 days of extra days that exceed the minimum set forth by the state. So if I remind you, September 27th was a day where we had no school due to Hurricane Helene. So most schools have at least 5 bank days remaining. Some have 4, so I can safely say to you that most traditional calendar schools have at least 4 bank days remaining. If you were to choose this day to make it a teacher workday, this would then move each of those numbers down by 1. So it's either 4 or 5 depending on the school. And so staff is here today seeking your input as to whether you would like to make January 3rd a teacher workday for this current school year.
Thank you, Mr. Carrozza.
Chair, I would like to make that motion that we make January 3rd a teacher workday.
Second.
So we have a motion from Ms. Edmonds, and I heard a second from Dr. Ng. So there's been a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or any questions? I see Ms. Mahaffey.
Yeah, we do have a calendar committee, and many, many thanks to Ms. Tamani Anderson-Powell for facilitating that committee year after year after year. And I want to lift that up for anyone who is excited about this potential change or is discouraged by this potential change, that we do have a way to make your voice heard, and that's to join that committee. I've heard from a lot of teachers concerned about low student attendance that day. And, just having that one Friday where you as an employee are required to report to work, and maybe you have 3 kids on your bus or 10 kids in your classroom, it can make you feel like your work's not important and you're unable to have time with your family while your students and their families are maybe taking some extended holiday time with theirs. And in this environment, that makes it hard. And I know Chair Hagerty has shared his argument of we do have some quick changes, and this is a pretty quick one where you get a literal month's notice, or a month and minus 1 day. And I understand those childcare challenges as well. But I think for one day, I'm in support of this, and I encourage folks to join the calendar committee. And I do want to thank everybody involved on that committee for making their voices heard.
Thank you for
And
acknowledging
I would
that.
encourage that it be remote work allowed on the 2nd and the 3rd for people who are traveling.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. Ms. Edmonds.
I wanted to mention the calendar committee as well. I served on it years ago in, the very early 2000s. And I know that they are well guided by staff as far as the legislation, the calendar law, all the holidays. I mean, it is a full day's work. It may have evolved into more than one meeting. I don't know, but I know that they take this very seriously, and that they knew that this day was sort of stuck in there, even though it's a Friday at the end of a holiday break. But it just doesn't seem practical, and the fact that we've not had to use a whole lot of bank days thus far, I think that this just makes the most sense for the most families. Thank you, and staff. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. Further comments, Ms. Caulfield?
Thank you. I know we probably all got a lot of the same emails from teachers about how they would have to repeat the lessons and everything, but I just really wanted to say that I appreciate the flexibility, because I know it did take a lot, and you acted very fast. We asked you if you could take a look at it and came back with it in our meeting here. So I know the teachers definitely appreciated when they had the day after Halloween off. It seems like it's not such a big deal, but it is a big deal when you don't have a whole bunch of sugar hangovers the next day. And we know our kids are really not learning. So this was another one of those circumstances that I know that they'll really appreciate it. So thank you for doing that so quickly.
Thank you, Ms. Caulfield. Ms. Johnson-Hostler?
I would be remiss to add a part of the complication of the calendar is the state calendar laws. And so for those of you who are curious about how we get some of these calendars that don't seem quite right, one, we approve them sometimes 18 months to 24 months in advance. That's the first thing, trying to take into consideration the state laws that also govern what we're looking at. So I would lift that up as another point of advocacy for people's futures.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Hostler. So I can count heads, and I fully know that I am going to be outvoted. However, I do feel obligated to speak up and speak out against this. And I'd just like to share my reasons why for consideration, because we will have similar issues that may pop up in the future. So, as I stated when I didn't want to amend the agenda, I don't think that we have had proper time and proper notice to make this type of change. And part of that is it is an immediate turnaround. Now, the downside is that we don't have another official meeting to take action between now and then. So if you want to make this change, it's sort of now or never. And I understand and I appreciate that. But the problem by not putting it on the agenda earlier, or not getting it out there where people could see it on a posted agenda earlier, is that we really only get one side of the story. And that's really important in our board work, because you've seen this before. We'll get very passionate, dedicated advocates. They'll come out with a suggestion for change, and they will make a compelling case for it. But if no one else knows that change is coming, people can't share the other side of the story. We've seen this sometimes, with maybe some neighbors ask for specific reassignment. And it makes sense, it looks good, but then when the other neighbors find out about it, well, now here's the other side of the story. Or other specific changes we might hear about. I'm sorry.
Let me say, you opened a wound.
I got you and Mr. Caruso on that one. But to my point, we only hear one side of the story on this. And when we were looking at the school calendar the first time and it was noticed, I'd gotten this email from a parent, and I wanted to share it with you briefly because it is a different perspective than what we hear. I write to you with concerns about the school calendar. The number of teacher workdays seems excessive. Working parents like myself struggle to provide child care and keep up with work demands. My child has special needs. We are lucky to be able to afford child care at the YMCA for some days off. I understand many parents cannot afford that luxury. Additionally, unfortunately, due to my son's special needs, he is not able to participate in many child care programs. And, this parent isn't alone. When we have disruptions to the school schedule, our primary purpose is instruction, but I think we do owe it to our parents and our families to consider potential disruption to their schedules, their work schedules. I think this is different than taking a holiday and taking it off of school or making it a teacher workday when many people might have the day off from work. Instead, we're asking our parents to come up with another day of child care or to miss work that day. And I think that's a real burden. Not everybody we know that there will be some families that might pull their kids out of school, and we might not have good attendance on that day. But I just don't know that we should surrender that and say, okay, school's secondary, and the people that have the privilege to take the vacation can take the vacation, and everybody else has to pay for child care for it. So we are fortunate to have banked days. We didn't have as many instances this last semester when we had to use those for weather-related things. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed, but I want to be cognizant that we have seen in the last 2 weeks several HVAC issues, cancellations or delays in schools because of the schools not having adequate heat. If those schools are unable to operate and they can't go in, we would have to have a banked day for that school, I believe. And so it is a gamble. We got through the fall very fortunately, but are we gambling that all of these systems are going to hold up? Some schools they will, some schools they won't. So those are just some points where, as Ms. Johnson-Hostler said, we don't have a lot of flexibility with our calendar. It would be great that we could just give the workday now, and then if we have lose bank days due to weather or HVAC issues, we could just tack another day onto the end of the school year. but we don't have that option. This specific change, I believe, I've been told, was considered by the calendar committee. The calendar committee did look at it, and this was raised to the committee, but the committee rejected it. So, you know, I think there's compelling arguments to have a teacher workday. Again, a workday is not a day off. There will be expectations of staff that day. But I just want to balance this decision with its impact on families. And just the precedent of bringing a change like this without notice is just one I want to speak out against. So I'm prepared for your votes when you cast them. Ms. Rice.
Thank you, Chair Haggerty, for your compelling argument to make us think. I do want to just very quickly share a different narrative around, I think, some of the stigma that we have placed upon our educators. I think that it's very important that we remind our community that our educators are not babysitters. I know that sounds a little harsh, but we do have to change the narrative around thinking that our educators are our child care facilities, because it takes away from the educational advancement of our students if that's the narrative that we are sharing, or if that's the thought process that family members are thinking. We know that teachers being able to have this extra day to do work, it allows them to prepare for our children with special needs, to take a little bit more time to develop a plan for them so that when they do come back to school, they're better to serve them. And so I just want to encourage families that may be listening. I know what I'm saying may seem a little rough. I do understand economics. I was a mother of 3 children all in school at once, and now I only have 1 in school. So yes, I do understand those impacts of having to change schedules. So I'm not being oblivious to those things, but I do want us to think about, and as we move forward, for the well-being of our teachers, it is very important that we start remembering and changing the narrative to help our staff, and for community to understand our educators are not babysitters, and child care and where they have to place their children cannot be the total concern and the burden placed upon our educators, because they are here to teach our children, not give our children somewhere to sit, because I think that it sets or it perpetuates a negative narrative toward the amazing profession that our educators have when we think of them as a place for our children to go because we don't have adequate child care. I just want to encourage community members that might hear me. Those are great concerns that matter, and perhaps we may need to take those concerns to other governmental entities to do collaborative work in the city and in the county that will look at our youth programs that will then help our families, so that this burden does not completely fall on our educators, so that we can keep our educators in a healthy, well-being space. That's all I have.
Well, I can agree wholeheartedly with your last point, so we've got that. All right, Dr. Ng.
Well, I thank you so much for your convincing words. I've been thinking about it, and just thinking about the fact, for my profession in healthcare, we don't have days off. We have to work, 365 days a year. And for some of the people that work with me, they rely on, when they rely on the schedule, and for them to have a day when the child has to be at home because of inclement weather. It's a big deal for them, and so I am torn about the whole thing, of adding that day off, because it does affect the scheduling of their work day. So it has a rippling effect on everyone. So.
Thank you. All right. If there are no other comments, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the proposal to, I want to make sure I get this right, all in favor of the proposed instructional calendar change for traditional calendar schools as presented by Mr. Carrozza, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes nay. All right, the motion does pass, and I want to thank you all for allowing me to disagree civilly, and I appreciate your let me just express those views. All right, so that concludes our action agenda, and so now we will return to additional public comment. For those very brave and dedicated souls who have stayed this whole time, especially some I know who've traveled a great distance to be here. So give me just a moment to pull up the list again. Nothing to sneeze at, Rod. All right. All right, so we'll resume with our on-agenda topics. I know several of our speakers have left. I know Mr. Baylog has stepped out. Do we have any of the speakers remaining who are speaking on Board Policy 4270, Survey of Students? All right, great. So we'll start with Michaela.
Good evening, members of the school board, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Michaela Honig, and I'm the Tobacco Prevention and Control Coordinator for Wake County and a member of the School Health Advisory Council. I'm here to address a policy that affects the health and well-being of our students. Currently, our district asks parents and guardians to actively provide consent for their children to participate in the Youth Tobacco Survey, or YTS, as well as the YRBS. As it currently stands, students may miss out on the opportunity to engage since they need to opt in to survey participation. First, let me once again emphasize the importance of the YTS and YRBS. These surveys provide critical insight into the behaviors, attitudes, and trends surrounding tobacco use among students. The data collected helps local public health workers like me identify the most effective prevention strategies. Without reliable and comprehensive data, we miss out on the most accurate picture of how our students are engaging with tobacco and nicotine, which puts all students at risk. Localized data allows us to make the best choice for our county's specific needs rather than relying on statewide data that does not accurately reflect our county. The current opt-in approach results in lower participation rates, meaning we do not capture the full spectrum of the student experience and lose out on valuable information about our student body. An opt-out approach would allow us to have much more accurate understanding of the scope of tobacco use in our schools and help us direct our prevention efforts much more effectively and efficiently. I am frequently asked the question about youth tobacco use within our county, especially by parents, in which I am unable to give an answer due to any total lack of data. Also, this would speak directly to showing progress and effectiveness of the proposed plans under the dual settlement funds that we have received. It is important that families understand that this survey is anonymous, voluntary, and designed with the best interest of students in mind. There will be clear communication to families about the nature of the survey, what it aims to accomplish, and how to opt out their child. Participation or non-participation will not affect the student's education. With an opt-out policy, families who do not wish for their child to participate would be able to easily revoke consent. In conclusion, an opt-out policy for YTS and YRBS would increase participation, provide more accurate data, and enhance our ability to make informed decisions on how to best protect the health and well-being of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Kathleen. And Kathleen will be followed by Dylan.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Kathleen Callahan, and I am the Safe Route School Coordinator at Wake County Department of Public Health. I'm also a member of the Student Health Advisory Committee. I really appreciate you letting me be here. Your leadership is instrumental in shaping programs like Safe Routes to School that promote health across Wake County with the youth. I'm here tonight to provide some perspective from the Public Health Department on the impact of amending the administration of the Youth Risk Behavior Survey and the Youth Tobacco Survey to adopt a parent-informed passive consent model. Like all of you, I am committed to ensuring students have the guidance and resources they need to make informed choices and build the skills they need to thrive outside of the classroom. As a former educator and now public health professional, I understand the critical role accurate and reliable data plays in addressing the real needs of students. Just as academic data guides strategic decisions, comprehensive health data is essential to providing support to student wellness. The current active consent policy presents a barrier to gathering data from families that face language barriers, time constraints, or limited access to resources that are less likely to complete forms needed for active consent. This disproportionately impacts the voices of underrepresented communities. And as a result, students who may need the most support are often excluded from the data collection, making it difficult to develop and evaluate programming equitably. In contrast, research shows that passive consent significantly increases response rates. Wake County's use of active consent in past years has contributed to the failing to meet the needs of the CDC's threshold for weighted analysis, leaving us without localized YRBS and YTS data. As we expand Safe Routes to School programming and health promotion efforts, the voices of Wake County students are essential. The YRBS and YTS surveys offer valuable insights into their experiences, helping us create programming that addresses the real needs of students and improves health outcomes. This data is about more than data. It's about fostering a culture that supports student well-being and values their voices. With that in mind, I want to thank you all for your time and shared commitment to empowering and supporting health and wellness of youth across Wake County. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Dylan, and then after Dylan, I think Ms. Rollins left, right? Okay. Then we'll go to our off-agenda targets, our off-agenda speakers, and Margaret, you'll go next. Okay. All right, Dylan. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Haggerty and members of the school board. My name is Dylan Matthews. I'm a Cary resident and one of the Wake County's Safe Routes to School program coordinators. As a member of the School Health Advisory Council, I want to thank you for your dedication in serving our community and for addressing the opt-in or active parental consent policy as it currently exists for Wake County student survey participation. As our Safe Routes to School program expands to include more middle and high school students, we stand to greatly benefit from the data collected in the YRBS. Specifically, the YRBS includes data about student transportation that can inform our SRTS programming and potentially help us secure additional funding. Grants and other funding opportunities will often require data-driven justifications, and as a local program, we need local data to justify our needs. As you heard from some of our eloquent student speakers earlier, active parental consent has been shown to reduce survey response rates, and as Kathleen was just alluding to, I'd also like to note that active parental consent has been tied to biased data outcomes. Certain populations, think about the very students who are engaging in risky behaviors, may be less likely to participate when active consent is required. This can result in a skewed sample that does not accurately reflect the realities of Wake County. Passive parental consent for these surveys would help ensure accurate and representative data. This approach allows for higher response rates and reduces potential for biases in the collected data so that you and I can both make fully informed decisions about the things that affect Wake County students. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to our off-agenda speakers. Margaret will be our first speaker, and I just want to confirm who's here. I see Mark. I see Coach Demps. Do we have anybody else who'd signed up to speak who I might be missing? All right, so we'll hear from Margaret Bilodeau, we'll go to Mark Dixon, and then we will conclude with Coach Keisha Demps. Good evening.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. Tonight, there's a noticeable absence in this room. We're missing an incredible advocate, a steadfast supporter of education, and a dear friend, Weta Watson. Weta dedicated her life to improving education for everyone. From her days as a teacher to her work with the Department of Public Instruction, and even in retirement, she never stopped fighting for what was right. She used her voice to center and amplify the people most impacted by marginalization. One issue close to Weta's heart was the separation of church and state in our public schools. As a devout Christian, she often said, "That's not my Jesus," reminding us that faith is deeply personal. With over 3,000 versions of the Bible and countless interpretations of Christianity alone, public schools must remain neutral and respectful spaces. Introducing theology or religious practices risks fostering exclusion and conflict. Weta understood that schools are places for learning, not theological debates. She didn't take the podium often, but her presence was constant. At meetings, coffee chats, and brainstorming sessions. Just last week, she was here offering her support. Her physical presence may be gone, but her spirit is undeniably with us here tonight, and she'll continue to be. In Weta's memory, let's continue her fight to keep public schools secular, ensuring all students feel included regardless of their beliefs. Let's focus on educating rather than censoring, giving students the tools to thrive in a beautifully diverse world. And let's keep pushing our legislature to fully fund public education so that every child has access to the high-quality learning they deserve. Weta showed us how to advocate with love, strength, and purpose. Let's honor her by continuing her fight for our schools, for our kids, and the future that she believed in. And then also, Monica, I just wanted to say to you, congratulations. And as we military families say, it's not goodbye, it's we'll see you later.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Mark Dixon. I hear you, Mark.
5 more hours to write this speech. I would have made it better.
We appreciate you, and we appreciate you sticking it out this long.
All right, thank you for your endurance tonight. Okay. All right. Hello, Chair Haggerty, Dr. Taylor, and the rest of the Board of Education. Thank you for your attention today as I discuss the ongoing effort to bring boys volleyball to my son's school and the rest of Wake County Public Schools. I join you today from a connection that was made to a student at Green Level High. They were very frustrated, and they had to come to the parents. So he, like my son and his classmates, would like to see a sport of volleyball be supported by their schools. From the last time I spoke to you in February, there were over 90 schools participating in volleyball all over the state. There was a few Wake County schools included, but most played unaffiliated. They all received similar answers to their request for support. This points to the center of the issue where NCHSAA needs to see participation in volleyball through clubs before they officially offer the sport statewide. I understand that this is like my son's school, the other ADs state that they will not support the sport until NCHSAA makes it official. Please recognize the problem here, and the students are given no way to take action and solve the problem. To recap the activity from the spring, graphic for you, hopefully this works. Let's see, all right. To recap the activity from the spring, I wanted to show you that there is demand for boys volleyball. I've listed the schools in order of enrollment and sorted their interest in playing. As you can see, 8 schools play, but most unaffiliated. Many other schools, shown in the yellow and purple, didn't get to compete, but showed interest. For example, at Willow Spring High, over 30 signed the interest form from NCVBA. Also, Millbrook is supported and is willing to help other schools get across the finish line. Please recognize that this is demand for volleyball in Wake County Public Schools. Further, nationwide boys volleyball has seen tremendous growth in the last 5 years among sports that have over 50,000 participants. It is clear that the athletic directors are strained. That is understood. And so NCVBA, the Carolina Region Volleyball and First Point Foundation, support a unique opportunity for Wake County Public School students. This plan was offered to your AD, and it was not accepted. Reading through this, it outlines a fully funded season with uniforms, officials, and scheduling. There's no cost to schools, and the athletic directors don't really have a burden placed upon them. Only the athletes are registered through Dragonfly system. This offer would stay in place until NCHSA officially offers the sport statewide. Why would the schools not take this offer when it seems so easy to accept?
And that is your time, but thank you, Mr. Dixon. All right, and our speakers will conclude tonight with Coach Keisha Demps. Thank you so much for staying with us. I know you made the trip, and we're all delighted to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for staying as well. I teach my kids, both my kids, to advocate for something that they're passionate about. So my son did have to leave to go to practice. They have a tournament coming up this weekend, so I felt that it was my requirement to stay on his behalf. But just following up with what was just shared with you, the big question that you've heard tonight and that really I want to leave you with is why not? Why? There's been no justification to any of the parents that we've all spoken with for the reason that they're being told no or turned away with not even an interest meeting. The interest has been there. For my daughter graduated from high school in 2020, and Prior to that and since then, every year, schools in Wake County have Volley Bros, and you've heard other schools have Powder Puff volleyball for boys. You have anywhere between 70 to 90 boys turn out every single year without fail. So the interest is there. The question remains, why aren't they given the opportunity and afforded even as simple as an interest meeting to have that same opportunity? I come to you as a former athlete, as a former coach, and as a parent. When you heard about passion tonight and opportunity, those are the two words that stuck out to me. And when I think about passion, I look at my son, who's 16 right now. When he was 9 and 10, we'd be out eating dinner, and he would sit without fail and play out volleyball matches with sugar packets from the table. People thought it was the cutest thing, but he was very into something that he's passionate about. He couldn't wait to have his opportunity to play. Now he is playing club. Fast forward, he's 16. He was on the national championship team, and what the boys didn't mention was the fact that there is no high school boys volleyball. This team shocked the entire country. The national championship that they won was out of about 300 teams from across the country. So they made national news by doing so. He was also very blessed to be able to be in the 12 selected from the U.S. to represent the United States at the NORCECA tournament, in which they won gold. So not only is this just an opportunity to play and represent their school, playing high school sports, and specifically volleyball, is actually a feeder program for our U.S. men's national and Olympic teams. So this is the goal from high school to college to get to that next level, whether it's national team or playing professionally. Other kids around the country are getting this opportunity. Why not our boys? Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. All right. So that concludes our action agenda and our additional public comment. Ms. Mahaffey.
Chair Hegarty, I make a motion, we go into closed session for reasons stated on the agenda.
We have a motion from Ms. Mahaffey, a second from Dr. Ng, I think a third from Ms. Rice. All in favor of moving to closed session for consideration of the items on the meeting agenda, please say aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We will adjourn this part of the meeting and move into closed session. Thank you.